Tribune. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. Welcome, and man, looking a little strange on camera today. I don't know what's up with the color balance on this camera. The power outage seemed to have really messed that up. We'll deal with that later. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday Birds Day to you. I hope that cold open video wasn't too macabre there. I had my reservations about making that, but I thought people would find it funny. Hopefully it's not too dark. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western US. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays, I talk about dinosaurs, usually 5 days a week, right here on Twitch. Although, we didn't have a stream yesterday. That's why I'm starting early today. Yesterday, I was supposed to be focusing on science. But the power kept going out again. And I got distracted with some other stuff, but something exciting happened yesterday, too. I got an email forwarded to me from UCMP, where I do some work down there in Berkeley, California. Yeah, there is a journalist, freelance journalist, working on a piece for Science Insider, or no, Insider Science, excuse me, Insider Magazine. Working on a piece about the film 65, and how its dinosaurs are maybe not the most authentic or compelling. And, so yeah. Set up an interview. I just finished that a little while ago. It was lovely. I took a look at some of her other pieces. She does good work. I'll let you know when that piece comes out. I'm excited about it. But, yeah. Sounds like a great interview for you. I mean, yeah, she said, I'm so glad that this worked out. She's like, you're the perfect interviewee. I said, thank you. Holy cow. She was a great interviewer. So, everything was lovely. Yeah. We set up our sub goal for the day. Thursday. Science outreach. Sub goal. There we go. Start.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. If I had not had the day off yesterday, who knows if I would have seen that email in time. So you know what? I think it's all gonna work out. Yeah. Anyway, very excited, and shoot, let's make sure that that article gets a ton of traffic once it comes out. Yeah, I'll be sharing that far and wide, and hopefully you can help me with that, everybody. Yeah, the journalist, her name is Erin. She was great. She's a good writer. I've seen some of her other pieces. I'm excited for how this is going to turn out. So yeah. Anyway, I'm scrolling up to the top of chat now. Let's say hello to everybody before we get into our topic for today. It's Thursday Birds Day, of course. We're going to be talking about Argentavis, which someone requested a deep dive on Tuesday, and we couldn't get to it. It was Moosey Fate. Moosey Fate, are you here right now? Because we're going to be talking all about Argentavis. This giant flying bird. And, yeah, it's going to be good. And then later on, we'll be covering some bird photos taken by members of this community. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be good. But let's scroll down through chat. We'll see who's here. Science Streams was first today. Belent, how are you doing? I hope you're having a great week. Hope you and Lita and the baby and the cats are all doing well. And thank you for doing what you do. Doing some amazing science outreach on this platform, Science Streams. It's such a blessing to have you in this community. Appreciate you tremendously. Keep doing what you do, Science. Bet Medler, how are you doing? Welcome. Great to see you. I dig those Styracosaurus. Go for Fluffernut. How are you doing, Fluffer? Welcome. Brow says hello there. Hello to you too, Brow. And Snail Chaser says first. Not quite Snail Chaser, but Almost. Although Snail Chaser, one of my oldest and dearest friends, he is now streaming here on Twitch too. Can we get a shout out for Snail Chaser? Snail Chaser, did you finish, I was gonna say Black Arroyo. No, it's Black Mesa. Dusky Plateau. Have you finished that yet, Snail Chaser? What a cool game. It's amusing. It's always fun to watch Snail Chaser play that. But anyway, Snail Chaser, whom I've known since I was in, what, first grade? He was in kindergarten? He's streaming on Twitch now, so check him out. Give him a follow. I usually show up in his chat, so it's a good time. Trek Nerd, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Trek Nerd. Great to see you. Arlay0501. Arlay, you're in NYC right now. Well, 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 Arlay. Hope things are going well for you there on a business trip. It's good to see you, Arlay. Hope you're having a good week. Duck Admirer, how are you doing? Welcome. Duck Admirer, here for Thursday Birds Day. That is some beautiful confluence there. Welcome, Duck Admirer. Cephalon Wolf, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you. Lordy is here too. Lordy, how are you doing? For once, I'm streaming earlier than you are. Holy cow. Welcome, Lordy. I hope you're having a good day so far. If anyone wants to catch Lordy's sewing stream, I think, later today, go follow her. She's going to be doing some sewing in a little bit. Probably about half an hour. Kirsten Games, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. And who is this? Allie J. 3 gift subs there from Allie J. Starting us off right. With a triple there. Allie J, thank you so much for those 3 gift subs. Sorry, I kind of stepped on the alert with a different alert. But thank you, Allie J. Really, really appreciate your support. How you doing, by the way? Hope things are good with you. It's good to have you back. Yeah, it's good to be back. Man, Tuesday's stream was kind of rough. That power outage. Power was out here for a solid... Oh, boy. It was like 15 hours, something like that? No, longer. It's like 17 hours, I think. So yeah. And then it kept going out yesterday, too. So even if I tried to stream yesterday, it would not have gone well. So yeah. Scrolling through Kirsten Games. Did I say hello to you yet, Kirsten? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Debitage with some seabird emotes there. Is that a blue-footed booby, perhaps? Very cool. I dig that. You're in the right place, Debitage. You are in the right place. Yeah. And MS Coggins, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. All right, scrolling down, scrolling. It's scary printer sounds. Hello, hello. Metal Meows, hope all is well. Fall Machine, good to see you. Invisible Dimensions says birds are dinosaurs. Invisible Dimensions, correct as usual. And Lenina, did I say hello to you yet, Lenina? Welcome, welcome, Lenina. Hope you're having a good day. Brannington says, that wasn't a fin. Them fellers had wings. There you go, Brannington, yeah. Yeah. True. Which makes me think, what do penguins have? Do you still refer to those as wings on a penguin? Do you call them fins? Do you call them flippers? I would be inclined to call them wings, because that's what they're derived from. But, I don't know, what do you think, chat? Penguins' four-limb appendages. Wings, flippers, fins, hydrofoils, what do you call them? What's your opinion, chat? Tactile 3D Picture, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Pragmatic Entropy. You're here for the 25-foot wingspans? Excellent, Pragmatic Entropy. Well, we're going to have those in a little bit with Argentavis. Probably talk about Pelagornis also. How are you doing, Tommy Plodicus? Great to have you here. What's shaking? And... have you finished Flat Mountain? Pennington, there you go, yeah. Yeah, Snail Chaser, did you finish Black Mesa yet? Let me know. If you didn't already, you probably typed it in the chat already. Still scrolling down. Smorphosaurus? Excellent, Smorph. Great to have you here. Creatrix Brit? What's shaking with you, Brit? It's good to see you. Yeah. And you'd be inclined to call them arms on a penguin. Interesting, Jody Fish. Interesting. Smorphosaurus says, yeah, let's just wing it. Okay. Yeah. And Dr. Terra, I saw that, yes. I actually just changed my pledge to Forgotten Bloodlines. Here we go. Yeah. Excellent. You have 0 seconds left to tell your friends. Shoot, the Kickstarter closed. But they made 85,000 out of 75,000. Good for them. This is going to be such a cool thing. Yeah. Really, really neat. Just exquisite. I cannot wait for this to come out. Get big in that for you. There we go. Basically a nature documentary style show on North American Miocene mammals and some birds too. Dinosaurs. Check that out. Holy cow. Big ol' entelodont. This is going to be really, really cool, and it's been funded. I helped contribute to this, and I am proud to have done so. Members of the community also contributed. It's going to be pretty neat. Yeah. And you know what? Let's watch it with the sound on. Why not? It's good stuff. And who can tell me who the narrator is? Listen up.
20 million years ago, the beginning of the Miocene epoch.
That name, that voice sound familiar to you?
Seemingly familiar.
Yeah.
This is a world of wonder, mystery, and danger.
Ah! Very cool. It's not me doing a British accent, Snatches. No.
The size of dogs to bizarre horse-like giants.
Bizarre horse-like giants. I should learn how to do a Nigel Marvin. I should work on that. I used to do a whole bunch of different impressions. Man, when I was a delivery driver for an auto parts store, I'd spend, 6 hours out of every day in the truck driving around and, surreptitiously listening to audiobooks or just working on impressions and stuff. I don't have opportunity to work on that stuff anymore, Shoot. My roommates would think I was crazy talking to myself. Well, they probably already think I'm crazy talking in front of a microphone, into a camera every weekday. But yeah. Yeah.
Instead of hooves.
Instead of
Big
hooves.
like behemoth with jaws that could crush bone.
Yeah, an
The world
entelodont.
forgotten to
Holy
time,
cow.
never seen by the eyes of man until now.
Look at those calicotheres.
This is the incredible story of two of America's most astounding bygone beasts.
Comma, mammal edition. Sorry, you gotta qualify it. I'm a dinosaur guy, so of course I'm gonna say dinosaurs they tend to be pretty astounding. But you know what? By mammal standards, these critters are pretty tops. They really are. Yeah. Tactile says, if dinosaurs and mankind lived together, do you think mankind would have survived? Tactile, I'm here to tell you, we don't have to ask that question as a hypothetical. We live it every day. There are 10,000 species of living dinosaur. No, not creationism, Smorphosaurus. No, birds! Birds are living dinosaurs. Yeah, that's what we're talking about later. But we'll also we're gonna watch a video in a little bit, kind of exploring... You get the point, Tactile, yeah. I know, I'm being a little bit annoying about that, and apologies. But yeah. The thing is, we never would have evolved in the first place if it hadn't been for that asteroid. But we'll be watching a little video, kind of a clickbaity YouTube video. What is it called? What if dinosaurs survived the asteroid? Which they did, in the form of birds. In fact, shoot. I should really make sure I send an email to that journalist I was talking with today and emphasize that point, because I failed to mention that during our interview. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We still have birds today. But anyway, we'll be watching a video about that very question, Tactile, in just a little bit. But, yeah. Here.
Bygone beasts.
Entelodons, super cool. Calicotheres.
Step back into an ancient world. Forgotten Bloodlines Agate. Please support us on Kickstarter, now live.
Neat stuff. And that has been fully funded. And I'm very excited about that. Here, before I answer some more of these questions, let's see what's up with this camera right now. Why do I look so red on the screen? Bear with me for a minute. This is a live broadcast. Anything can, will, and does happen. Try like that. Like that. And this got reset somehow. There we go. That's better. Much better. That's feeling a little bit, yeah, more true to life there. Excellent. And hang on, let's set this so that it autofocuses also. Bear with me here. Camera control. Focus. There we go. That's the sweet spot. All right. Let's get into some science, shall we? Being cheeky, that's the word I was looking for, Nell. See? Here is a coarse American... I don't, necessarily have words like cheeky there in my normal, ready-to-go bag of adjectives. So I appreciate you, Nell. And thanks for the hydrate, too. Yeah. And Dr. Tara, very cool. Review of the Gondwanan pterosaur fossil record. That's going to be neat. Click that. Visual adaptations of Thylacus smilus. New Cretaceous boxer shrimp. Very cool, Dr. Tara. Very, very cool. Well, if we have time, we'll go over some of these, Dr. Tara. Neat stuff. Neat stuff indeed. Yeah. But yeah. And Allie J says, apologies for not being around as much. No worries, Allie J. No worries at all. I finish my old job next week and move on to our equivalent of USGS. Thank you for translating that into American, Allie J. What do you call your USGS equivalent there? There's probably an A in it for Australian. Or maybe an N for national. Probably a G for geological. Or geophysical. Anyway, what do you call it, Allie J? I also went on holidays and my birthday, too. Happy birthday to you, Allie J. Holy cow. Hope you had a really good one. Yeah, hope to catch more of your streams. Thank you, Allie J. Appreciate you. Such a wonderful member of this community, Allie J. It's called Geoscience Australia. So just GA. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. But yeah, and did I get a haircut? Now, I did get a haircut on Monday. I think you might be the first chatter to have pointed that out. I got a haircut before stream on Monday. And, hair's all chueco right now. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, and they have a fantastic paleontology section. Very nice, Allie J. Very nice. Yeah. Got them all cut. All of these ones, anyway, pragmatic entropy. These ones, they didn't touch. But yeah. And you didn't say anything? No worries, Smurf. I'm sure a lot of people saw and didn't say anything. Maybe lurkers, too. But yeah. Looks like you have had a hat on a bit, says Allie J. Not today. I just... Yeah. It's been a couple days since I've had a shower, and so, my hair's a little kapikahe, as my grandfather would say. But yeah. I don't take a shower every day. In California, we're in a drought. Anyway, I make sure that I still keep clean and bathe. I use wet wipes if I need to. Why am I explaining myself to you right now? Before we get into Thursday Birds Day, let's do a PO unboxing. Somebody type in the mail command right there. Exclamation mark M-A-I-L. Mail like postal mail. Not mail like, you know, gender. Let's open these up. Lenina and Blue, I got something from you. Let's open that up. And, let's de-doxify this real quick. There. That should do it. Let's open her up. I don't know what this is gonna be. Shoot. If you've told me about this before, Lenina, and I've forgotten, I apologize. I've had a lot going on. But, let's see what is in here. There we go. And is there a big box with a blue label there, Danny? No, there is indeed. Yes. It looks like it might be from the UK. It's a picture of the Queen on it. Yeah. All right. Let's see what this could be. Merry Christmas in March? Sorry this is so late? No, not late. What do you mean? It was met with delays practically every step of the way, but I hope you enjoy it just the same. Thanks again for all that you do. Sincerely, the Lenina and Blue Front. Holy cow, I appreciate you. Well, what could this be? And how thoughtful that you put that right up there at the top. You knew I would open the top part first. Holy moly, look at this. Is that Guanlong? Look at that crest right there. I've never had a Beasts of the Mesozoic model before. But holy cow, it's Guanlong. This is some amazing packaging, by the way. This is an early feathered Tyrannosauroid. Super, super cool. Holy moly. That is, that's extraordinary. Lenina and Blue, your generosity is astonishing. Holy cow. I normally look at these and go, wow, that's too expensive for me. Holy cow, is that neat. 1/18th scale. And look at that on the back. Guanlong. Very, very cool. The Valley of Guanlong G. There you go, Brannington. Yes! Like the Harryhausen film. Oh, this is awesome. This is very, very cool. Oh, and it's going to be fully posable, isn't it? Just like all of these are. Oh, let's open it up. Come on, camera. There we go. Holy moly. Oh, that is neat. And it comes with different extremities, I guess, for different poses. And this is stuck together. Oh, there we go. With the twisty tie things. Let's sever those. There we go. And we got another one. All right. Holy cow. Look at this. Very cool. Oops. Ball and socket joint at the head. The jaw articulates. Oh, that is super cool. And the arms, holy cow. We've got little joints right here. So that the wrists are not pronated. They are in proper articulation, as they should be. This is so cool. Holy moly. I really appreciate that. These are also kind of ball and sockets at the, right there with the pedal digits. Very, very cool. Oh, that is super neat. Whoop. Throwing stuff everywhere. And take a look at that tail. Nice ball and socket joint for the tail. I love the coloration on this. Just beautiful. There, let's get that popped into place. Come on now. But this is beautiful for Thursday Birds Day because Guanlong is an early tyrannosauroid. And it's got, we've got feathers on it. It is a feathered Tyrannosaurus relative, like an early precursor to the Tyrannosaurids, that family that includes Tyrannosaurus rex. And I'm trying to... Is there a trick to this? Pulling the head off by mistake. Anyway, maybe I'll figure that tail out later, but that is super, super cool. I love the coloration here. Really neat. And you know I love when dinosaurs are brightly colored like this, especially ones that have these big, ridiculous, ornaments on their heads or other parts of their bodies. You just know that was a display feature. Probably would have been brightly colored. Pretty awesome. So I don't lose the pieces, I'll make sure that I pop all these back into here. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. Incredibly generous of you. I never thought I would own a Beasts of the Mesozoic figurine like this. This is pretty awesome. Appreciate that. Yeah. You'd use a hairdryer for your T-Rex, Lenina? Good to know. I don't have a hairdryer, but I do have a heat gun, which should work just as well. So this is brilliant. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. I appreciate you tremendously. And look, it even comes with this, it's like trading card right here. Very cool. Guanlong Wukai Crowned Dragon. Let's open that up. Yeah. Tradoon Formosa, said he's scarring. There you go. Yeah. Guanlong. There you go. Very, very cool. The Shishugao Formation, Xinjiang, China. 160 million years old. So this critter is from, the Jurassic period. It's an early Tyrannosauroid from the Jurassic. And here are some instructions. Do not force stiff joints. Apply low heat to allow movement. KJ Nanny, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Dinosaur indeed. Yeah. And heat guns are much hotter? I know, Pendrake. Believe me, I know my way around a heat gun. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Maybe I'll borrow a hairdryer from Lordy and Ios, actually. Yeah. Very neat. I love a model that requires some instructions. It's like, you can tell that this is a specialty item. And, yeah, they don't just release this into the wild. There's care that was put into this. They want you to really treat it right. And I appreciate that. And you know who treats me right is Lenina and Blue. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you very, very much, Lenina and Blue, for your generosity. You did not have to do this. I didn't ask for this. This is just out of the blue. So thank you, Lenina and Blue. Really appreciate you. Great stuff. Great stuff. Let's open up the other package, which is from Nell, I believe. Yeah. All the way from Cardiff in the UK. And, yeah. Check that out. Right there. This package traveled across an ocean to be here. Pretty neat. Yeah. Let's open this up. There's a nice seam right here. Yeah. And hope my card made it to you. I missed the start of the stream. I haven't gotten a card yet, Ziggy, no. Maybe I'll have a chance to, well, next week I can open it. If it arrives here. And holy cow, what is this? It looks pink and fluffy. What is this now? Holy cow. Okay. It is a, like, dinosaur teddy bear wearing a dinosaur skeleton patterned jumpsuit. Thank you, Nell. Wow. Yeah. All right. Indeed. Very cute. There's other stuff in the box, too. Thank you, Nell. Yeah. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in the box. Is this a piece of original art? Holy moly. Nell, holy cow. Yeah. Is this a juvenile Triceratops right here? Under a starry Cretaceous sky? That's really neat, Nell. That's really, really neat. Oh, I love this. Thank you for sharing your talent with me. That's pretty awesome. I love the short little horns, and the frill is about the right length. That's good stuff. It's good stuff, Nell. Very nice. Thank you. Holy cow. And what's in here? Let's see. Colors do look great, Ziggy. Yes, indeed. Oh, there you go. Build-A-Bear Workshop. Well, there we go. Yeah. This is an official birth certificate, I guess. Holy cow. Well, thank you, Maskling, aka Give Them Nell. Holy moly. Now this is great. Appreciate you. Holy cow, how generous. And I will make sure that I take some high-res photos of this right here, and I'll add that to our, like, community art / fan art collection. I'd actually like to do something interesting with that. Maybe a cold open video or something that incorporates a lot of this work. But that's very cool. No, I really appreciate that. Let's see what else is in here. Some accessories for... What are these? Are these highlighters right here? Highlighter pens? What's this about? Oop. Didn't open this properly. Hang on a minute. It's escaping me. There it is. Little zipper thing came off the end. But, yeah, here we go. Well, I will open this maybe when I'm not live. I'm trying to figure this out while simultaneously entertaining everyone. Can't quite get it into there. But I take it these are probably highlighter pens? Take a look. Yeah. Very cool. Man, now this is extraordinary. Thank you. Got a little carrying case. This, I think, was probably to protect the painting in there. So I will put that in there to make sure that it is nice and protected. And then what is this? Roar. Yes, indeed. Is this a... It's like a stylus for a tablet or something. Might also be a working pen. Very neat. Thank you, Nell. Holy cow. Yeah. And there's a card in here, too. Let's open that up. Yeah. Oh, it's an erasable pen. Oh, very cool, Nell. Thank you. Yeah. Alright. Open that up. Very nice. Thank you so much for your diligence in educating everyone about dinosaurs and more. You've managed to reignite a spark, a love for learning, that modern schooling had extinguished. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Love Maskling. Oh, Maskling. Nell, thank you so much. Holy cow. I really appreciate that. That warms my heart. Oh, shoot. I read the wrong side first. There we go. Here. Is it okay if I read this out loud? Yeah, that's the back of the letter. Nell says, Dear Danny, I hope you're doing well and thriving in 2023. I'd say I am. Thank you. I hope you are too. I want to show some of my appreciation for your engaging and fascinating streams on prehistoric organisms and paleontology. It is a joy to watch your streams and content to the point that I'm beginning to consider myself an amateur paleontologist myself. Oh, Nell, that's wonderful. Yeah. Inside this package, I've included Trixie, a Triceratops plush with an adorable dinosaur print onesie, with added noises. Toothless, which sounds more realistic. There you go, yeah. At least at the front of the beak. No teeth in the rostrum, yeah. Yeah. Dinosaur-themed pen, erasable, and marker pens, very nice. And a painting of a baby ceratopsian that I feel very proud of. You should. That's excellent work. No, that's pretty extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. Really appreciate that, Nell. I don't know what to say. I am humbled. Thank you for your generosity and your thoughtfulness. It's such an honor to be able to do these live streams. And to have people come back again and again. To be able to talk with you, connect with you across the internet. Across the world. To have fossils bring us together like this, it's, I feel like I got the best job in the world. Thank you for helping make that possible. Subscribers, supporters, viewers, everybody. Really appreciate you. Holy moly. Yeah. Also, press Trixie's foot. Okay, now, let's see. There's gonna be a sound, isn't there? Let me put the microphone up to it. Okay. All right. Well, very thoughtful of you. Now, holy cow. Yeah. And yep, the toothless beak. That is, it's definitely a plus. Holy cow, Haraz! Holy moly! Thank you, thank you.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Haraz, thank you for your support. 20 gift subs right there. 20 from Haraz. We are now more than halfway to our sub goal for the day. Thanks to you, Haraz. Holy moly. Yeah. Holy cow. Really been harassed in the best possible way, Trek Nerd. That was, yeah. Harassed, thank you, thank you. There are now 20 people in chat who will not have to watch any ads for the next month because of you, Harassed. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thanks for helping put food on my table. You know, I would not be able to do this if it were not for the generous support of viewers like you. So thank you, Harass. Holy cow. And thank you, Nell. Nell says, toothless noises from HTTYD. Toothless the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon, right? Gotcha. Who wasn't actually, I believe he had retractable teeth, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised I know that. Surprising myself here. Where did the cap go for this? Here it is. Yeah. An ex-girlfriend of mine, that was like one of her favorite movie series. And so I saw the last one in the theater with her. And it was good. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I'm really feeling love right now. Thank you, Nell. Thank you, Lenina and Blue. Thank you, Haraz. Holy moly. I appreciate you all tremendously. Thank you for your support and your generosity, and thank you for making this community what it is, you know? I am humbled. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Yeah. Awesome gifts indeed. Yeah. And Harass, I know. I wasn't trying to make that connection there. Fantasy name I made up years ago, not realizing it might be mixed up with a mean intention. No, Haraz, you're all good. I like the SZ in there. That's, it's got a certain kind of, I don't know, almost like Eastern European quality to it. That's neat. Yeah. A crowned dragon. Yeah, there you go. Man, I could really take some pointers on how to assemble your crowned dragon here, because I've still got to put the tail on. For this Guanlong. But yeah. Holy cow. Very, very cool. Yeah. Good stuff, Lenina. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Set that aside for now. And, yeah. Why don't we move on to that video like I was talking about? It was called What If Dinosaurs Survived the Asteroid? And oh boy. Let's hope that this is good. Because, man, if it's not, this is going to be a big, yeah, there's going to be emotional whiplash here. Going from, holy cow, very positive, thank you, holy moly, to, well, I don't know. Let's try and still be positive about this, you know? This is from a YouTube channel with 44.4 million subscribers. It's already got 205,000 views. Came out 7 months ago. I don't know how I just found it the other day, but let's take a look at that. I think sometimes it's important to go over videos like this that are really popular on YouTube that concern dinosaurs. Because I try and keep my finger on the pulse of the cultural zeitgeist when it comes to dinosaurs. What are people in the general public saying about dinosaurs? What kind of popular media is being put out there about dinosaurs? And yeah. I think it kind of gives me a sense for the misconceptions that people might have about dinosaurs, and how I, as somebody who does science outreach every day like this, how can I improve my messaging How can I try and better portray, more accurately represent what we know and don't know yet about fossil science? About, you know, the world of non-avian dinosaurs, for instance. So yeah, non-avian dinosaurs, MS Coggins. Yeah. And Dr. Javasaur says, what if, uh-oh, my Star Trek Voyager senses are tingling. Are they? Well, this won't be Star Trek Voyager, I think, but, yeah. This might be more original series. Let's talk about that. Yeah, first thing, like MS Coggins said, non-avian dinosaurs. We now know that birds themselves are living dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We've got more than 10,000 species of them flying around today, which is really cool. But yeah, what if dinosaurs survived the asteroid? They did, birds did. But yeah, yeah. Melted Jedi, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Let's, well, shoot.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's take a look.
The problem with that asteroid that destroyed dinosaurs was not that it fell, but where it fell. This colossal space rock found the worst place where it could land.
That's
Also,
kind of true.
the angle at which it hit
Also, it didn't hit off the eastern coast of India. It hit in the Gulf of Mexico. But whatever, let's
the ground
keep going.
was the most unfortunate. If it had fallen vertically, there would have been less destruction. But it fell at such an angle that it threw a huge...
What? There's the Papoplastic Spinosaurus right there. I had this one when I was a kid. This is a Jurassic Park 3 style Spinosaurus, who's somehow bigger than a mountain. It reminds me of... Shoot, it reminds me of that piece of merchandise that I made for Museum of the Rockies back when I lived in Bozeman. Yeah. And Blake the Snake, I did see that, actually. We'll probably be playing that when it comes out. That actually comes out on Ios's birthday. She'll probably be doing a birthday stream sometime around then. But yeah. Yeah, and hey, Athena Cat, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. But yeah. No, this reminds me of, let me get that shirt if you've never seen it. I'll show you. Here. So I made this back when I lived in Bozeman, Montana. I was working at Museum of the Rockies. Oh, hang on a minute. Athena Cat.
Successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
On my, we have a Twitch baby.
We do indeed. I guess, Athena Cat. Thank you, thank you. What are you going to name it? 9 months of support's a long time, Athena Cat. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. Holy moly. Yeah. This was actually my first prototype that I printed. But I designed and printed this. That is an Allosaurus. That's actually Big Al right there. Big Al the Allosaurus. Over the Bridger Mountain Range. Just to the east and north of Bozeman. And those are two F-22 fighter jets. Anyway, it's supposed to be a joke. Allosaurus is not that big. Big Al himself is not... He's not even particularly big for an Allosaurus. That's what this reminded me of, so... Anyway, yeah. Let's continue. And Big Al's your favorite? I got to work with Big Al back at the museum. Kirsten, I've got one of Big Al's claws. A cast that I made of one of Big Al's thumb claws. Right here in my office.
There would have been less destruction. But it fell at such an angle that it threw a huge amount of dust into the...
And again, they're putting it in the wrong spot. It didn't hit in, like, you know, northern Georgia, South Carolina. It hit down here in the Gulf of Mexico.
The air.
Using
After
stock
the
footage here.
disaster occurred, tons of soot started burning. 65 million years ago, only 13% of Earth's surface contained the right amount of sulfur and oil needed to form a colossal amount of soot.
It was 66 million years ago. Not to belabor that point, but holy cow, yeah. So we're not off to a great start here. We're not off to a great start. Oh, boy.
The right amount of sulfur and oil needed to form a colossal amount of soot. If the asteroid had fallen on the other 87% of the territory, dinosaurs
What? Oh, boy.
could still be living today, but it hit
They
the
are.
worst place
Birds
and
are.
lifted
Oh,
a million
boy.
tons of burning material into the sky.
I mean, this is actually a really important point, is that the actual location where that bolide hit, this giant rock from outer space, we think it was probably an asteroid, rather than a comet or a meteor. Probably an asteroid. When that struck Earth, well, this is what Earth looked like at the time. Pretty good approximation. I like this because it actually has the modern countries drawn on. But here is North America, South America, Africa, Europe. And I like that here, 66 million years ago, they actually put the crater right there. I like that a lot, actually. There it is. This is something that changed the course of the evolution of life on Earth. There it is right there. I love that they include it. Yeah. I used to do a bunch of field work up in Montana, up here, Hell Creek Formation. Yeah, right around this area. So that would have been pretty far from the actual asteroid impact. It's kind of funny, anytime that you, like... Almost any time that you see this in a documentary, or a movie like 65, they show the asteroid coming down. Usually it's set in a place like Montana, where the dinosaurs are very well studied. It'll be set here in North America. You know, Montana, South Dakota, Wyoming, one of these areas. It'll be shown up here. And then they show the asteroid actually slamming into the Earth right there. But the Earth is curved. You probably wouldn't actually be able to see that. Those dinosaurs up there in Montana, they wouldn't have even seen the, you know, a streak in the sky or anything. I think the Earth's curvature is too much to have allowed for that. But yeah. Thank you for the hydrates now. Yeah. And did the meteor actually hit in land or in water? Kind of half and half, I think, Oliver. Yeah. Here. Let's take a look at this right here. I think it was actually just offshore. Yeah. And if I have a question about this, if I have a question about what ancient coastlines would have looked like at a certain time in Earth history, there's one man that you go to about this. The Map Man. Ron Blakey is his name. And his paleo maps are kind of the gold standard. This is a wonderful, wonderful book to have, called Ancient Landscapes of Western North America. And in this, Ron Blakey shows all of these beautiful, beautiful paleo maps. This is just exquisite. Because there's all of these different lines of evidence. You know, studying ancient volcanism, studying the motion of the plates, studying sea levels, and where ancient rivers were, how big they were, gives us all clues about the elevation at certain points. It allows us to draw these maps out for different times. So here's a paleogeographic map of Mesoproterozoic North America, about 1.1 thousand million years ago. So 1.1 billion years ago. This is what North America would have looked like. There's West Africa, Amazonia, Laurentius, Siberia up here. Pretty wild. that we can actually make approximations of what these continents would have looked like, what the shorelines would have been like so long ago in Earth's past. Really neat. Yeah. So let's see if we can find 66 million years ago. There's 80 million years ago, Western North America. There we go. And dawn of the Cenozoic. No, we want 66 million years ago. There we go. And, oh, there's a beautiful picture of the Earth's continents right around the time that the asteroid would have struck. And the asteroid would have struck right about there at the time, which, yeah, 65 million years ago, near the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. This is about a million years after, but this book, I think, was published before we actually had that 66 date. Anyway, or no, it would have been... No, this would have been after that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, looks like it probably would have been in the water. We can look up. Wikipedia is also a wonderful resource for this kind of thing. Yeah. MS Coggin says, looks like I need this book. It's a good one. Yeah. Ancient Landscapes of Western North America. A geologic history with paleogeographic maps. Good stuff. Oh, yeah. I wonder if you could pick it up on, like, thrift books or something. It's very sought after, so I kind of doubt it. But, here we go. Yeah, the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. And Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event. There we go. Chicxulub impact. And let's see. Effects of impact. There we go. Determined that a 10 to 15 kilometer wide asteroid, 6 to 9 miles across. This is an asteroid roughly the size of San Francisco. It hurtled into Earth at Chicxulub on Montana's Yucatan Peninsula. The collision would have released the same energy as 100 teratons of TNT, or 420 zettajoules. I don't even know what that is. What's a zettajoule? It's got to be a tremendous amount of energy. More than 1 billion times the energy of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Chicxulub impact caused a global catastrophe. Some of the phenomena were brief occurrences immediately following the impact, but were also long-term geochemical and climatic disruptions that devastated the ecology. So there we go. This is the modern crater today. You can actually see it in the upper image there. You can see those cenotes, the sinkholes there. Kind of around the perimeter of the crater. Really extraordinary. But yeah, whether or not that was, I don't know. If it was covered by sea at the time, it would have been very shallow sea. To the point where all of that water is being instantly vaporized anyway. It doesn't really matter whether it's land or sea, I suppose. To a giant hunk of rock, 7 miles across, hurling at the Earth at thousands of miles per hour, a thin layer of water isn't going to make much difference at all, you know? Yeah. So yeah. It's a nap. Anyhow. Yeah. That should be 10 to the power of 21. Holy cow, LJ. A unit of energy equal to the work done when a force of 1 Newton acts through a distance of 1 meter. Huh. Okay. Wait, that's a joule, right? Yeah. But a zettajoule is 1,021 joules. Holy cow. Yeah. Let's get back to our video. Let's try and get through this thing.
a cloud of incandescent particles covered the sky and set off on a journey across the mainland.
Yep.
Then, these particles settled on the ground and caused large-scale fires. Trees were burning and sending more soot into the sky. But the asteroid collided not only with rocks, it fell on the coast in a place where the seabed was filled with sulfate. As a result of the
that
collision,
was
it
not
started
good.
burning, which caused the release of sulfuric acid into the atmosphere. The air became poisoned. It seems the dinosaurs didn't stand a chance. And now, let's imagine the asteroid falling in another place, somewhere in the middle of the ocean. Huge waves flooded part of the land, but almost all kinds of dinosaurs survived. Or even better, the rock could have fallen somewhere in the desert and left behind a giant crater. That's all. Yes, several dinosaurs passing by wouldn't have survived the collision, but the situation wouldn't have been so critical in general.
There's more Papo dinosaurs here. This is like a huge cliche in like internet media, is the Papo T-Rex. You see this in stock images all over the place. I guess because stock image companies could take photographs of it and then just freely distribute it. It's not like you can copyright a model, right? Anyway, yeah, you see this all over the place. Yeah. There it is right there. But yeah. Alrix Gaming's got a question about dinosaur digestion. It's possible that crop and gizzard were present in dinosaurs like ornithomimids. We do have evidence of that, Alrix Gaming, yeah. We've got evidence of gastroliths in a few different dinosaurs. Stomach stones, like modern birds have, Alrix, yeah. It's whether or not sauropods had that, the big long-necked four-legged dinosaurs, is a matter of debate. Pretty fierce debate, actually, between different paleontologists. Some paleontologists, I don't know, I think Bob Bacher would be in this camp. It's like, oh yeah, of course they had gastroliths. Yeah, other paleontologists like Oliver Wings from Germany, dead set against the idea. He thinks there's no real evidence for it. He thinks there's a lot of evidence against it. I don't have a horse in that fight. Whether or not sauropods had gastroliths, I don't know. But we do think that there were some other kinds of dinosaurs that did use gastroliths. Theropods, therizinosaurs, and I think there's some other theropods. It might be ornithomimids, actually. I'm not sure. May have also had gastroliths. I have the vaguest of recollections that maybe Pelecanomimus used gastroliths. But I don't know, Alrix Gaming. That would actually be an excellent topic for a whole stream. Dinosaur gastroliths. What do we know? What don't we know? What can we figure out? Yeah. So yeah. And there you go, Dr. Tay. Yep, cannot escape the Papo T-Rex. And did dinosaurs preen themselves like modern-day birds when they had feathers? They would have had to have. Yeah. And did feathered dinosaurs participate in anting? Were ants even around then? There were ants, during the Cretaceous at least. I think ants go back to about the Jurassic. You could ask Balint about that. He'd probably know. But, we don't even know if certain species of modern birds participate in anting. Here, I'll show you a quick video. So that everybody else in chat knows what we're talking about. This is pretty wild. Take a look. So these birds are going up to these ants. Those ants are going nuts. That's a Eurasian jay doing some anting. Some birds will just kind of lie there and let the ants crawl all over them. Some birds will, they'll actually actively provoke the ants and get the ants to shoot formic acid at them. And some birds will actually, roll around and crush the ants onto their feathers. But we think they're probably after the formic acid in there. Yeah. This says in high temperatures and high humidity, birds have a lot of parasites in their bodies. And the the acid from the ants can help deal with that. So did non-avian dinosaurs do the same thing? We have no way of knowing. At least not yet. You know? I struggle to think what evidence of that would look like. How could we ever demonstrate that dinosaurs would have performed this behavior? Shoot, we still don't know how common this is among modern birds, whom we can observe today, you know? How many species of birds do this? I don't know. I don't think we have a very good understanding of... I think this is a poorly understood behavior even among modern birds. So trying to apply that to Mesozoic dinosaurs 66 plus million years ago. Oh boy. You know? Good luck. But it is cool to think about, MS Coggins. It is very cool to think about. Yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. So yeah, preening and anting and behaviors like that for feathered dinosaurs. It's fun to speculate about, but real difficult to find any hard evidence there. Speaking of modern birds, Kiki Hunter Creative.
Help me.
Thank you, Kiki Hunter. I appreciate that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here, shall we?
So, giant lizards remain dominant on our planet.
No, wait, what? Hang on, I'm sorry. Oh, boy. Dinosaurs are not lizards. Holy cow. They're not. They're completely... Dinosaurs predate lizards, actually, by a long way. Lizards are a totally separate group on the reptile family tree. Totally separate branch. They don't have anything to do with dinosaurs. But anyway. Yeah. So I guess they're speculating, what if the asteroid at the end of the Cretaceous had actually hit in a different place? Kind of like we see in the movie 65, for instance. There, it doesn't hit in the Gulf of Mexico. It hits somewhere else. I don't know. But clearly that was not the Gulf of Mexico in the movie. What would have happened?
In the middle of the ocean. Huge waves flooded part of the land, but almost all kinds of dinosaurs survived.
I mean, we already have massive tsunamis from where the asteroid struck in the Gulf of Mexico. At Chicxulub. You know, the Yucatan Peninsula. We know that it already caused massive tsunamis. We've got strong evidence of that.
The rock could have fallen somewhere in the desert and left behind a giant crater.
It would be an enormous crater.
Yes, several dinosaurs passing by wouldn't have survived the collision, but the situation wouldn't have been so critical in general. So, giant lizards remain dominant on our planet.
They're not lizards. Oh boy.
They don't allow other animals to develop since Tyrannosaurus and other ferocious reptiles hunt mammoths and other ancient creatures.
Mammoths never would have evolved in the first place. This is the thing that you got to get past. Or, this is the thing that you have to understand, I should say, about this, is that dinosaurs and mammals evolved around the same time. You know, they show up roughly contemporaneously. Yeah, but the thing is, while mammals were, they evolve in, the late Triassic, or, yeah, just like dinosaurs, but they're all really small. Little rat-like, shrew-like, vole-like, mouse-like critters, like this Morganucodon, you know? And basically for the entire age of the dinosaurs, for about 175 million years, all mammals basically looked like this. You know, like little hamsters, like little mice. This one's called Hadrocodium from the early Jurassic. That is actual size with, a paperclip there. I mean, this is to scale, rather. You're looking at your Mesozoic ancestors here, people. This is what mammals looked like, basically, for the whole age of the dinosaurs. They were small. They mostly probably came out at night or lived underground in burrows. Yeah, there's Megastrodon right there. They're little mousy guys. So here, it's saying that, oh yeah, T-Rex would have eaten mammoths.
Reptiles hunt mammoths and other ancient.
Mammoths would never have evolved. Let me show you. Let's pull up our time chart here. Bring it to linear time. So dinosaurs and mammals first both evolved right about here. You know, probably the Ladinian stage of the Triassic period right there. Yeah. So about, we'll say 240 million years ago. We could quibble on what true mammals are. Maybe true mammals are actually closer to like 230 million years ago, something like that, but we'll say 240, just for the sake of simplicity. So from 240 million years ago until 66 million years ago. And again, 240 minus 66 equals 170 for 174 million years. Mammals and dinosaurs coexisted, but mammals basically looked, you know, like this. Eating roaches and bugs and stuff like that for the most part. Little tiny mammals. Tiny, tiny, tiny. For the entire age of dinosaurs, this is what they looked like. Only after the asteroid strikes do mammals start to get big and start to develop into things recognizable mammals today. You know, camels and bears and whales and bats and gibbons and mice. Mice actually didn't exist during the age of dinosaurs. Rodents don't really split until after the asteroid hits. Anyway, you didn't even have mice back then. So yeah. So no mammoths. If it hadn't been for the asteroid, no mammoths. Their existence, the existence of big mammals, is contingent upon that asteroid hitting. No asteroid, no big mammals. I think we can say that with confidence. You could say, well, Danny, I mean, how would you really know that? Well, we kind of have a natural experiment right there, right before us. You know, for 174 million years, mammals were around during the Mesozoic era, and they stay small and shrew-like this whole time. The biggest mammal that you had on Earth was about the size of maybe like a big loaf of bread. That's the most gargantuan mammal during the Mesozoic, is like about the size of a toaster. Or maybe a toaster oven, slightly bigger. But, you know, that's the most mind-bogglingly huge mammal that we have fossils of from the Mesozoic. It's only after that, during the Cenozoic, during the last 66 million years, that mammals actually get bigger than that, you know? For whatever reason, probably because of the dominance of the dinosaurs, mammals stayed small. Dinosaurs were out-competing them in those big body niches. If you're going to be a creature on land with a big body during the Mesozoic, you're most likely a dinosaur. In some cases, a crocodilian. But, yeah, some kind of archosaur. You know? So, yeah. But is it reproducible? I mean, it doesn't have to be, Oliver. I guess not without a time machine, and, yeah, it's not a reproducible experiment, I suppose. And Pterodastro, I can talk about that Smorphosaurus. I can talk about the baleen-mouthed Pterodastro. Yeah. So anyway, this idea that, oh, if the asteroid hadn't struck, you'd have T-Rex eating mammoths. Bogus. Bull honky.
Developed since Tyrannosaurus and other ferocious reptiles hunt mammoths and other ancient creatures.
The only reason we have creatures like mammoths is because the slate was wiped clean by that asteroid. every large-bodied animal on Earth was wiped out by that asteroid, on land at least. Yeah.
The population of mammals is decreasing. Velociraptors are fighting for territories with saber-toothed tigers and giant bears. A struggle for survival between dinosaurs and other animals begins.
Oh my
The
goodness.
Ice Age comes, and some reptiles don't survive. Then, new players enter the field. Those are humans' early ancestors.
This is completely nuts. Just completely nuts. This is not how it works. Oh boy. Yeah.
Living side by side with dinosaurs is difficult. Lizards attack settlements and
They're not lizards. Oh, this is such nonsense. I don't know if I can take 7 more minutes of this.
so people have to build high walls for protection. By the way, the Tyrannosaurus poses less danger to people.
That's not a Tyrannosaur. That's clearly like some kind of a belly saur. This is probably Carnotaurus, and they've cropped it in so you can't see the horns.
Than you might have thought. According to the latest research, many creatures were able.
And what nonsense is this? So they've like photoshopped in what looks like a Utah raptor skeleton, way too big, into this like stone quarry here. This is embarrassing.
Able to run away from this monster. Yes, you probably saw how easily they caught up with cars in the movies, but it wouldn't be as scary in reality. Paleontologists and biologists
Also, hard to disagree on that. I mean, sure, an adult Tyrannosaurus, full grown, is going to be a, you know, it's not going to be gigantic, like, it's not going to be the fastest creature on 2 legs. When it's full grown, a big hulking predator like this, but when these animals are young, I mean, look at those long legs. These animals would have been extraordinarily fast. These are probably active pursuit predators when they're young. And yeah. I mean, shoot. You would not want to have to try and outrun a young Tyrannosaurus. You are lunch. Simple as that, you know? So yeah. Imagine getting a leg cramp while running away from that. It'd be the last leg cramp you ever get, Lilithobo. Yes, indeed. Yeah, these were leggy boys and gals and whoever else. Young Tyrannosaurus like this. They would have been speedy critters, like, you know, like a gigantic, sharp-toothed ostrich. Think about how scary it would be to be chased down by an ostrich. And now imagine that that creature has got a head that's 3 feet long. Or 2.5 feet long. I don't know. Just full of these sharp serrated teeth. And it just wants to tear you apart. And eat your guts. Yeah. An ostrich doesn't want to eat your guts. It's just trying to, you know, get you to run away. This creature wants to eat you. So yeah. Yeah, and it's significantly smarter. They probably were pretty clever. You know, probably a lot smarter than an ostrich. My guess. So yeah. Anyway. Oh boy. Let's continue here.
biologists have analyzed the
More
strength
fake
of
footage.
Dino's bones and found out that the creature couldn't reach high speeds. The
What is this? What is this? Ah! And to say, oh yeah, well these creatures couldn't reach high speeds. They didn't need to when they're full-grown adults. They became ambush predators, you know? Once again, if you really want to understand dinosaurs, you have to understand their ontogeny. Exactly, Nell. Exactly. You've got to understand how these animals change and, you know, the different niches that they would have inhabited at different stages of growth. An adult Tyrannosaurus, maybe you could outrun it if you're fast. I'm a pretty fast runner. Maybe I could outrun an adult T-Rex. I don't know. But a juvenile T-Rex? They're probably easily clocking 30 miles an hour. I don't know. They would have been fast critters. And they only have to surprise you. Like, just cover a short distance real quickly, and they got you. You know? Whether I'm talking about you or whether I'm talking about their prey, you know? Ornithomimids or young ceratopsians, pachycephalosaurs, critters like that. So yeah, If the prey is slow, why should a T-Rex be fast? Well, there you go, Haraz. That's the thing. Yeah, a lot of their prey... The prey for a full adult T-Rex would probably be like full adult Triceratops or maybe younger Triceratops too. I don't know. They're opportunistic. They'll eat whatever they can catch. But yeah, I don't really picture adult Tyrannosaurus chasing down at full speed Thescelosaurs or anything like that. This is another animal they shared their environment with. A little Thescelosaurus, who would have been a pretty fast runner. Yeah. They're often called, like, this general body plan of ornithischian dinosaur. They're called, like, oh, dinosaurian gazelles, you know? Yeah, here, let's... Whoa, run! Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mayor Space says, imagine fighting an ostrich while not wearing a giant belt buckle. I know, right, Mayor Space? They could have killed Johnny Cash there. That's a solid callback there from Mayor Space. And Wager World says, Wager World, we've talked about that a few times. Yes, indeed. Holy cow. One of the reasons why we don't have medium-sized theropods in a lot of environments is because of juvenile tyrannosaurs. Whether it's the Hell Creek Formation, or the Judith River, or the Lance, or... Yeah, it seems like the influence of what we call megatheropods makes it so that we don't have medium-sized theropod dinosaurs. Instead, we've got juveniles of giant theropods, and they're filling that medium-sized niche through ontogeny. Pretty cool stuff, Waterworld. Yes, indeed. Once again, that's why it's so important to understand dinosaur ontogeny. Waterworld, I don't know if you've seen this talk, but this explains that in detail. Kat Schroeder is a paleontologist who's really making waves with her study of ontogeny and kind of dinosaur community structure like this.
Some fairly large animals that seem to consistently not be in dinosaur communities.
Yeah.
In fact, we find this gap in approximately 86% of our communities.
Really interesting.
Just to give you a context, this isn't a small gap, 100 to 1,000 kilograms. If we were to apply a similar mass distribution, so if we were to take what carnivorous dinosaur mass distributions look like, and apply it to a modern mammalian carnivore assemblage of a similar size, something like Kruger
National Park in South Africa.
All of the carnivorous mammals between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion. So clearly, there's something going on here. This
really weird
gap. It certainly can't be explained by size bias in the fossil record because it is above.
It's not taphonomic.
The bias in most instances.
Yeah.
And when we do the math,
I'll give you a link
actually, we do find that there is a significant correlation between the size of the gap.
Really cool talk.
Carnivore in the community. So there is.
So yeah, in environments where you've got tyrannosaurs, there's like no medium-sized meat-eating dinosaurs. There's no species of like, oh yeah, this is a medium-sized species of meat-eating dinosaur. And it's because these guys, they're already filling that niche when they're juveniles. You know, we don't need a new species of dinosaur. The young T-Rex is already in that niche. It's already doing that job and doing it well enough that no other animals are moving into that niche. These guys are out competing them as juveniles, which is really cool. Yeah. So yeah. Watch that video in full, Waterworld. Bookmark it or save it. It is well worth it. Kat Schroeder's doing some really amazing stuff, taking what we've learned about dinosaur ontogeny and applying it to ecology, using it to figure out what these environments looked like, how all these different dinosaurs and their neighbors are kind of living together, what jobs they're doing in their environment. Super cool stuff. Yeah. And Nell says, so before T-Rex was about, was there more diversity with predator niches? That does seem like it might be the case. Maybe not much more. There's certainly a lot less diversity than there is with mammals. But yeah, if you go back to like the Morrison Formation. Here. Morrison Formation theropods. So these are meat-eating dinosaurs from the famous Morrison Formation, like Dinosaur National Monument. You know, you've got Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Diplodocus, Torvosaurus. And there is kind of an interesting range of different sizes. You've got a bunch of big theropods that are all inhabiting the same time and place. Some of them are even getting stuck in the, you know, we find their bones in the same quarry. So, like, we've got Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Torvosaurus, Martiosaurus, and Stoxosaurus, and possibly even Ornitholestes, too, all from the same quarry at Cleveland Lloyd. So, theropod diversity used to be higher, it seems. Which is really interesting. Like, what's going on there? I think the answer might lie in that, well, shoot, some of those smaller theropod dinosaurs might actually just be juveniles of the larger ones. I won't say who, but I've got a hypothesis about that could bear some testing. Maybe not this next year, but maybe the year after. Well, we'll see. We'll see. But,
Ontogeny.
Yeah, it could be ontogeny there. But we definitely do know that shoot, these big three right here, like we talked about the other day. Ceratosaurus. Oh, wrong button. Ceratosaurus up top, Allosaurus in the middle, and Torvosaurus at the bottom. These are definitely three different dinosaurs. That's unmistakable. We've got a Ceratosaur, an Allosaur, and a Megalosaur. Three big old theropods in the same environment. What's going on there? What's up with that? Or is this actually the normal thing, kind of like it is with mammals today? You can have leopards and cheetahs and lions all within a couple square miles of each other on the African Serengeti. Maybe that's more normal. Maybe what's going on with T-Rex is really strange here. So yeah, maybe it is something special about tyrannosaurs that they kind of get too big to fail, and then unfortunately an asteroid gets them. Unfortunately for them, very fortunately for us, because we wouldn't be here if that hadn't happened. So yeah, they all lived in harmony until tyrannosaurs stole all the niches. There you go, aberrantologist. Yeah. Anyway, garbage stock imagery here. This is like, it's like hurts my heart because it's fake. They faked this. I guess real dinosaur excavations just weren't good enough for them, you know? They weren't picture perfect enough, so they had to fake this. And to me, this hurts me too, because on the internet nowadays, you just know that there are TikTok-pilled people who are looking at this and going, oh yeah, that's fake. That must mean that dinosaurs are fake. And you actually see this kind of stuff on TikTok and everything else, you know? It's heartbreaking to a paleontologist, you know? Yeah, just... and garbage like this doesn't help, you know? When they actually decide, oh yeah, we're gonna fake a dinosaur dig here. That's really lousy, you know? You nailed the TikTok troll accent. Very nice, says Creatrix Brit. Oh boy. I'd stay clear of TikTok. I'm not... I don't know. It hurts my brain. Hurts my heart. And Murph says, did you get my dinosaur deep dive before the power outage Tuesday? Murph, let me scroll down. I'm not sure if I did. Yeah. Let's see. I've got one from Moosey Fate from 2 days ago. And I did not see that one, Murph. We'll have to cover that. Brachytrachelopan. Oh, boy. Yeah. That's, it's either a hadrosaur or a sauropod. I always forget. It's a sauropod, right? With a really short neck? It's got a wide snout, doesn't it? That's why I'm thinking sauropod or hadrosaur. Oh, boy. Correct. Well, shoot, which one was correct? It's a short-necked sauropod, right? I think so. Yeah. But anyway. We'll cover that, Murph. We'll cover that. Thank you for letting me know. Things got so messed up with the power outage on Tuesday that... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. You know that stuff goes wrong in, when the power goes out. You know this pretty well. Yeah, you never want to see that happen. And power's out for like 17 hours on Tuesday. So yeah. Anyway. And Nell says, I heard from a scientist posting on TikTok there's been discoveries. We talked about that, yeah. Ichthyosaurs possibly going back beyond the beginning of the Triassic into the Permian. It's cool stuff now. It's very cool stuff. We talked about that the other day. But yeah. Yeah. And Gertis Pugga says, wait, there are no fully mounted dinosaurs on site? I know, right? Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, and Dr. Terra makes a good point about the Gondwanan theropod faunas. Carcharodontosaurs, Abelosaurs, and Megaraptors. Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's interesting stuff. So anyway, yeah. Are we gonna get through this video?
The maximum it was capable of was running twice as slow as a field athlete. Thousands of years have passed. People have learned to live with dinosaurs.
Oh,
They've
boy.
even managed to tame some lizards. They've domesticated herbivorous dinosaurs.
We're not even gonna finish this. This is ridiculous. The video was, of course, what if dinosaurs survived the asteroid? No mention at all, whatsoever, on this day of our Lord Thursday, Birds Day, the holiest of holy Thursday, Birds Day days, where we talk about Thursday birds. Birds are living dinosaurs, and no mention of that in this video. Garbage, garbage. It's gonna get a thumbs down. That is a major... Yeah.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Lousy. Lousy. Sorry. Man, maybe I'll go full morning zoo with my soundboard there, and we'll have a toilet flush also. But yeah, man, not great, bright side. It's really kind of distressing to me that they've got 44.4 million subscribers. And, you know, will you turn crab? Oh, boy. Why evolution is turning everything into crabs. Oh, my goodness. From 5 hours ago. Well, shoot. Well, maybe we'll watch that tomorrow. Let me grab that link. Maybe we'll talk about carcinization tomorrow, but, anyway. I'm not gonna do that today. You know, it's one of those things... Yeah. Yeah. This has become kind of a legendary post on Twitter, and I think somebody here has reproduced it on Mastodon. But this is what I'm talking about with the, like... Man, if their dinosaur content is this bad, and that's the thing that I actually know about, how bad is their other content? Stuff that I'm not an expert in. You know? So yeah, this is talking about Elon Musk. He talked about electric cars. I don't know anything about cars, so when people said he was a genius, I figured he must be a genius. Then he talked about rockets. I don't know anything about rockets, so when people said he was a genius, I figured he must be a genius. Now he talks about software. I happen to know a lot about software, and Elon Musk is saying the stupidest stuff I've ever heard anyone say, so when people say he's a genius, I figure I should stay the heck away from his cars and rockets. That's what it's like with this YouTube channel here. You know, if they're gonna get their dinosaur stuff so badly wrong, what kind of misinformation do they have in other videos? Stuff that I'm not an expert in, you know? So yeah. Anyway, classic dog water. There you go, Bet Medler. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway. Let's cover some dinosaur deep dives here. We've got one to make up for the other day. It was Argentavis, which was requested by Moosey Fate. And actually, before we do that, let's do Brachytrachelopan. An awkward dinosaur with an awkward name, and then we'll get into Argentavis. And we've got a lovely video for it. But, Brachytrachelopan. What a bizarre animal. I'd love to hear what Kerry Woodruff would have to say about this. But, you all know sauropod dinosaurs, first of all. You know these majestic, long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs? Here, I'll show you a, classic rendition of some sauropods here. It's Mark Hallett's artwork from the 80s or 90s here. Still beautiful. Even if it's very out of date. But you know the sauropods. These four-legged, long-tailed, long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs. Everybody knows sauropods. Everybody loves sauropods. You know.
This drawer contains
almost
all of the
who is this?
American identified specimens of Troodon.
Thank you, Arachnia25, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is a classic sauropod illustration. We've got a bunch of different dinosaur groups illustrated here. You know, but these are the sauropods, Sauropodomorpha. The biggest animals to ever walk the earth. The biggest ever land-living creatures were sauropods. And they are famous for their long necks. And then, of course, we have Brachytrachelopan. Yeah. You ready for it? Here it is. And shoot, let me scoot that over so that you can see properly. It's a sauropod that barely even has a neck. Just... What? What? I love a dinosaur like this that belongs to some group where almost every other member of its clade has got some really pronounced feature, and this one just goes, nope, I'm gonna do the opposite. Sauropods are like, yeah, let's have some long necks, and they all do it, and this guy's like, nope. I'm basically gonna be like a stegosaur without any plates. Just a short neck like that. These guys are probably just feeding at ground height. And, yeah. Look at that. Is it a Dicraeosaur? What is this? I'm not super familiar with these guys. Yeah. What a weirdo. Brachytrachelopan. scoot this over. Constantly rearranging these things to show you. A short-necked sauropod dinosaur from the late Jurassic of Argentina. The holotype and only known specimen. We've only got one specimen, which is actually pretty common for dinosaurs. Most dinosaurs that have been named, we only have one specimen of. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was collected from an erosional exposure of fluvial sandstone within the Cañadón Calcario Formation, on a hill approximately 25 kilometers north-northeast of Cerro Condor, Chubut Province, and west-central Argentina, South America. Though very incomplete, the skeletal elements recovered were found in articulation, include 8 cervical vertebrae, 12 dorsals, and 3 sacrals. Has this critter only got 8 cervicals? That's nuts. Yeah. It's the shortest, got the shortest known neck of any sauropod. Oh, boy. Yeah. So these guys are probably... It's a lovely illustration right there. They're probably like... I don't know. I kind of wonder if they're just kind of feeding at shoulder height all the time. They didn't live alongside any sauropods. I kind of wonder if they're just eating... Or any stegosaurs. I kind of wonder if they're just... This is Argentina's answer to a stegosaur. You know? Stegosaurs weren't there for whatever reason. And this is a sauropod who's like, yep, I'm going to do what stegosaurs do. And I'm going to eat whatever stegosaurs eat. I'm going to develop a very similar body plan. I don't know. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Are you sure they put the head on the right end of that one? Very sure, Fall Machine. Yeah, the neck and tail vertebrae look extremely different on sauropods. Holy cow. Yeah. What a weird animal. So Brachytrachelopan Mesai. 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 The specific name honors Daniel Mesa. Paleo salute to him, a local shepherd who discovered the specimen while searching for lost sheep. Another example of an important dinosaur found by somebody who's not a dinosaur paleontologist. You know? So many different important dinosaurs have been discovered by non-paleontologists. It's pretty cool. Yeah. People who traverse these wild landscapes in search of lost sheep, or in search of a good photograph, or whatever. You know, people who ramble through different wilderness areas, cover a lot of ground. Occasionally they'll find dinosaur fossils, which is pretty neat. You know, hikers and ranchers and hunters and cowboys and shepherds, bird watchers and painters and photographers, people who are out there in the middle of nowhere. That's where you find this stuff oftentimes. Yeah. Did we decide they weren't dicraeosaurs? I think they are dicraeosaurs, aren't they? It looks like a dicraeosaur, certainly. From how they've reconstructed it here. That screams dicraeosaur to me. But, yeah, about 40% shorter than other dicraeosaurids. So yeah, this is saying that's part of Dicraeosauridae, like Dicraeosaurus, like Amargasaurus. Yeah, pretty neat animal. Yeah. Interesting stuff. So here's 3 different Dicraeosaurs here. Dicraeosaurus, Amargasaurus, and Brachytrachelopan. I hope I'm saying that right. Brachytrachelopan, maybe. Brachytrachelopan? I've got to admit, I've never actually heard another paleontologist pronounce this name. I wonder if we can find a YouTube video with somebody who knows what they're talking about pronouncing it. We'll try I Know Dino. Their dinosaur of the day was Brachytrachelopan. It might help if I turn the sound on, huh?
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Brachytrachelopan, which was a request from Thieving Raptor Lorenzo via our Patreon and Discord. So thanks.
Huh.
It was a dicrasaurid sauropod that lived in the late Jurassic in what is now.
I should ask Carrie. How does Carrie pronounce this? Carrie works on sauropods. Yeah, I'd say Trachelopan. Allie J? Yeah. You know, tomato, potato. As long as people know what you're talking about, it doesn't really matter that much. You know? You can say Troodon, you can say Trudon, you can say Tridoon if you want to. You know? It might make me laugh, but as long as we know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's some Tridoons there. And Amazon Alexa does a dinosaur of the day. She does indeed, Lenina. I don't have one here, but Ios and Lordy have one, and I often ask for the dinosaur of the day when I'm there. And I'm often just thrown off. It's like, sometimes they're really obscure dinosaur taxa that like why make that your dinosaur of the day? I don't get it. They did like Cetiosauruscus one day or something, and it's like, what? Yeah. Brachytrachelopan. GV Sleeper Service. There you go. Yeah. Is that from the same word as trachea? It probably is. Yeah. Brachytrachelopan. Well, what a neat critter. Achy Brachytrachelopan. It just goes to show there are still so many things out there to discover. Man, the neck is so short, it's like, how would it even reach the ground? Yeah. What a neat animal. Just bizarre. Just really, really strange. And thank you, Murph, for requesting it. Appreciate that. We don't know what the skull looked like for this animal. If I were to make a guess, I would say this animal's skull would be... I'm just guessing here. Going out on a limb. Or a very short neck in this case. Say what if it has a very stegosaur-like skull? Because this kind of screams stegosaur to me. It's got those tall neural spines, a short neck. This is like a sauropod who very badly wants to be a stegosaur. So yeah. Yeah. Interesting stuff. And I eagerly await the announcement of the discovery of more Brachytrachelopan material. Achy Brachytrachelopan material. An anteater snout. Hey, Angel Silhouette! Angel Silhouette, long time no see. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Let's get into our next dinosaur deep dive. Which, of course, was for... This is supposed to happen on Tuesday, and then it didn't because of the power outage. But, from Moosey Fate, Argentavis. This is something that I actually, promised in the tweet for the day. Yeah. There we go. It is indeed Thursday, Birds Day. And we're going to talk about Argentavis, one of the biggest flying birds ever. So let's talk about them. This is from an old episode of the classic show Paleo World, which I think premiered on TLC back when it was the Learning Channel. Before it was... Real Housewives of Bakersfield and whatever else. Yeah. This was a big part of my childhood, this show. And, it's an honor to be able to share this with you. You can find it on YouTube. We're going to talk about Argentavis in this really cool critter.
They sacrificed the ability to fly in order to become more efficient killers.
Oh, this is talking about terror birds like this. Yeah, they became flightless.
At all.
Hang on.
But there were others who sacrificed nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Soaring high above was another enormous predator. The largest bird of prey ever to have darkened the
Thank you now.
skies.
Ah, very cool.
Today, the skies of Argentina are patrolled by the condor. With a wingspan of 8 feet, it is the largest flying bird that exists.
I think that's actually, it depends on how you measure it. Is it the largest flying bird that exists? Are we going by weight? Are we going by wing area? Or are we going by wing span? Because I'm pretty sure that the largest flying bird by wingspan is actually the wandering albatross. But let's take a look. Yeah, wandering albatross. There we go. Let's see. It's one of the largest, best known, and most studied species of bird in the world. I didn't know it was one of the best studied. That's interesting. It has the greatest known wingspan of any living bird. There you go. And it's also one of the most far-ranging birds. Lives all throughout the great Southern Ocean on our beautiful planet Earth. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I think... Yeah, I was right. And in the same way, here they say that the Andean condor is the biggest flying bird on Earth. That's... maybe in terms of its wing area, like the actual, like, footprint of its wing. Both of its wings and its body. But the albatross famously has got very, very thin wings. It's like a U-2 spy plane. I mean, look at those wings. Just very long and thin. Almost like a stiletto blade or something. It really does remind me of, yeah, a U-2 spy plane. Like this, just these long, thin wings. Yeah, it's very much like an albatross in that sense. Also, for traveling very, very long distances. In fact, I would not be shocked if the designers of the U-2 spy plane actually took albatross as an inspiration there. Because what tens of millions of years of evolution had wrought, you know, natural selection molding this perfectly adapted flying machine. Shoot, those aircraft designers could get ahead by letting the evolution kind of do the work for them, give them ideas like that. So yeah. So anyway, but in the same way that the albatross actually has a longer wingspan than does the Andean condor, Argentavis, this video is going to talk about, is no longer considered the bird with the largest wingspan. That has since gone to an albatross-like bird called Pelagornis. So it's a neat little analogy there. But, yeah. Anyway, here we go.
Condor. With a wingspan of 8 feet, it is the largest flying bird that exists.
Yeah.
The condor rarely kills its food. It's a vulture that feeds on the dead. But millions of years ago, these skies belonged to a mammoth hunter that swept in from out of thin air. Argentavis magnificens was the largest bird that ever lived.
Biggest wingspan. Well, actually, no. Most wing surface area, perhaps. But another bird described in 2014 had an even longer wingspan. We'll talk about that, too.
Its wingspan was 27 feet, more than 3 times that of a condor.
27 feet.
Argentavis was the size of a small plane.
27 feet. That's almost 9 meters. Almost 9-meter wingspan. That's nuts. That's nuts. Holy cow. By the way, love these gargoyles here. That's a Smilodon right there. Where is this? Super cool.
Dr. Rosando Pascual of the La Plata Museum in Buenos Aires made
Buenos
the
Aires.
incredible discovery
All right.
of this flying giant.
Very cool.
At first, he couldn't believe that these enormous bones came from a creature that could fly.
Encontramos estos huesos. Por el espesor del hueso.
While searching for fossil mammals, we found these bones. The thinness of the bones made us think that they were from a bird, but their sheer size made us think it was impossible that a bird so big could fly.
How's the volume? Is it okay? Should I turn it up?
But after digging up the rest of the bones, there was no disputing the evidence. This was definitely a bird that could fly.
Very cool.
This is a humerus from the wing, and this is a humerus belonging to a condor. Look at the size relationship.
That's nuts. That's nuts. Look at that. Holy cow. A condor humerus. The humerus is your upper arm bone right here. So for a condor, it's actually pretty big. These are big birds. A condor today. Yeah. It's an impressive bird with an impressive wingspan. And then look at this. Holy moly. And this has got to be the original right here. I see specimen boxes around, and you can see some like water putty that they put in here to you know, make sure that this can all stick together even though there's a hole there.
Portions of this wing bone
Beautiful.
were contained in the rest of the body. The wing must have had a span of some 9 meters. Can you imagine a bird with a wingspan of 9 meters that can fly?
Incredible. Incredible. Yeah.
Argentavis weighed 170 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Flying for this gargantuan bird would seem to be an impossible feat. Yet somehow, it did get off the ground.
Very, very cool. Yeah. Did it eat primates? It was probably mostly a scavenger, I would say. It's got that kind of overall teratorn sort of body shape. Teratorns are these... They're related to vultures. They're these big ancient birds that seem to have mostly been scavengers. They would have covered really, really tremendous distances, had a very good sense of smell. They could smell out the carcasses of dead animals from a long distance away, and that's how they made their living. Just like condors today, you know?
Argentavis, believed to be a relative of the condor, may have taken off in a similar fashion. The condor stands up, unfolds its wings, and faces into the wind. A strong gust provides the
grotesque. Oh yeah, Angel, thank you. Yeah. So Angel Silhouette is making an interesting point here. We're at 6:57. But let's go back to... Thank you for that reminder, Angel Silhouette. This right here. So kind of a misleading name, but these are not called gargoyles. A gargoyle is like a specific subset of this kind of thing. They're called grotesques, apparently. Yeah, these are beautiful, though. I would not call them grotesque in the slightest. But yeah. So it's an architectural flourish like this, like a statue that you would have on a building. They can either be, you know, up near the roof, or they can be down, you know, like lions outside of a courthouse or something like that, like this. Gargoyles drain water, I think, says Tommy Platicus. Is that right? Interesting. Well, I remember I was actually telling Ios about this a little while ago. At the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., there are a number of different gargoyles. And one of the most famous of them is this one right here. Who can tell me what that is? That's right. It's the Alien from the movie Alien. alien. Yeah, which is cool. I don't know. It's kind of neat that at the National Cathedral for the United States, we've got some very American grotesques or gargoyles here. Isn't that neat? Yeah. Oh. Pretty neat, right? And there's a number of others. And who is that? Here, I'll give you a close-up. It's Darth Vader. Yeah. Very, very cool. So the next time you're in Washington, D.C., take a look at that. That's pretty neat. Yeah. There's a number of pop culture gargoyles there. I don't know what that is. These must be for... fascinating ghouls of another era, gargoyles emerged around the 13th century in European architecture with a vast array of form and function. At first, they were designed as an indispensable engineering trick. Projected from roofs at parapet level, the strange leaning creatures created a siphon for rainwater to protect the walls of the edifice. Interesting. So they were originally designed, I guess, as interesting artistic flourishes around something very utilitarian, you know? A water spout. Just keeping water from running down the side of the edifice and damaging it. They would shoot it out the sides, and they figured if we're going to have something sticking out the side, we might as well decorate it. There you go. They evolved to become grotesques, ornamental elements with specific symbolic charge. While their demonic grins and anthropomorphic shapes, gargoyles and grotesques were used to visually exemplify the concept of evil and virtue at a time when a large part of the population was illiterate. Beyond their moral function, gargoyles also had an apotropaic value. Their grimacing faces were believed to alert the evil eye and keep it from the sacred place. Hilarious. There is that Vader one. Very, very cool. At the National Cathedral. That's actually a pretty decent... This was probably built in, like, the end of the 1970s or the early 1980s, I'm guessing. Yeah. Now on the National Cathedral. Okay. Yeah. The Darth Vader gargoyle, who was the winning proposal in a children's contest organized by National Geographic. Christopher Rader, a 13-year-old from Nebraska, created its design, envisioning the Star Wars villain as a modern incarnation of supreme evil. He was redeemed in the end. I saw Return of the Jedi. But yeah. Anyway, very cool. And there's a raccoon or something there? I wouldn't call raccoons a paragon of evil, but I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Go away. Yeah. And what's that? Robot, now on the National Cathedral. Okay. I thought that was a reference to something. I guess it's just a generic robot. But yeah. Yeah. An astronaut at a cathedral at Catedral de Salamanca. Muy chivo. Very cool stuff. Anyway. So yeah, gargoyles, grotesques, whatever it is, this is very, very cool. Seeing those Smilodon right there. Really, really neat. Yeah. And Petrodactylus, how are you doing? That astronaut is really cool. I like that a lot. So, here we are. Argentavis.
It did get off the ground.
Yeah. Oh, and actually before... Shoot. There was one kind of critter, not a dinosaur, but another kind of cool, ancient semi-grotesque creature that I always thought would make a really, really excellent gargoyle. I wonder if anybody can guess what it is that I'm thinking. It's kind of there in the name. What would make a really, really good gargoyle? What do you think, chat? What kind of critter would make a really good gargoyle? Not a dinosaur for once. Not talking about dinosaur here. Dimetrodon. Kind of close there, Eddie Scarin. Think a little bit more recent. Yeah. Yeah. I am indeed thinking about Gorgonopsians. Kind of gargoyle-like creatures, I suppose. Really, really neat animals that lived before the dinosaurs. In the, what, middle to late Permian, I think? I know they were definitely around in the late Permian, but they're some of the first saber-toothed organisms. They lived before the dinosaurs, long before saber-toothed cats. Gorgonopsians, really cool critters. And I think they would make excellent, excellent gargoyles. Maybe someday, if and when we have a public paleontologizing, a public paleontology museum here in the San Francisco Bay Area, maybe we'll have some Gorgonopsian gargoyles. Holy cow, wouldn't that be cool? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and of course, no discussion of this would be complete without a mention of Gargoylosaurus, who is a dinosaur. Yeah, this might be one of Jim's taxa, actually. Gargoylosaurus, who I think is from the Morrison Formation. Yeah. Very, very cool. Not a huge ankylosaur. It's not particularly big compared to a person. But yeah, Gargoylosaurus. This might be one of old Jim Kirkland's, nope. No, hang on. Carpenter et al. Let's see. No, I guess Jim didn't... He wasn't an author on this paper. Anyway, it was Ken Carpenter. But yeah, Gargoylosaurus. They're during the Jurassic. Named after gargoyles, which is... That's interesting, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I remember talking about this. There were several specimens at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. And I think also at the North American Museum of Ancient Life in Lehigh, Utah, Thanksgiving Point. Yeah. Yeah. So these have shown up multiple times in Paleontologizing IRL streams. Gargoylosaurus. And did Gorgonopsians lay eggs? They probably did, Tommy Platicus. I don't know, actually. I don't know if we really know if Gorgonopsians laid eggs. That's a great question. Let's see what old Wikipedia has to say about that. Because I don't know that off the top of my head. There's no mention of the word egg anywhere in the article. Did Gorgonopsians lay eggs? Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. I'm guessing they probably did. I think live birth is not even something that's universal among modern mammals. We still have monotremes around. I'm guessing these guys probably would have been at, like, the monotreme stage or earlier in terms of reproductive habits. But, yeah, they're probably egg-laying. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. Let's, continue our video here about Argentavis. You know? Yeah.
Argentavis, believed to be a relative of the condor, may have taken off in a similar fashion. The condor stands up, unfolds its wings, and faces into the wind. A strong gust provides the power for liftoff.
Yep, that actually helps increase the wind speed. If you take off into the wind, it makes it just a little bit easier for you to become airborne. That's why aircraft carriers, when they're launching aircraft, they're very careful about determining which way the wind is coming from, and they will turn and face directly into the wind to make it more likely that their aircraft will be able to take off into the sky. Just makes it a little bit easier. Condors do the same thing. Yeah.
But for a giant like Argentavis, the wind would have to be tremendous.
I don't know about that.
Come from? When Argentavis owned these skies, there were no mountains to inhibit the flow of air from the sea.
Huh.
Argentavis magnificens would have waited for a powerful gust to launch it into the air. There, it became a predator, hunting for a victim. Or was it a scavenger, looking for a carcass?
Probably more likely.
Scientists assumed it was a scavenger like the condor. If so, it would have had a bald head, an adaptation which prevents scavengers from getting rotting flesh caked on their feathers as they feed.
I detect a butt coming in here.
But analysis of
there you go.
Argentavis's head bones reveals it had a long hooked beak and jaws like those of modern birds of prey.
Really?
A scavenger, but a fearsome predator.
Ooh. Is that right?
Would swoop down from the skies,
turn the volume up,
its prey, and swallow it whole. Since it was a predator, it was clear that Argentavis had a feathered head. The picture of this giant was now complete.
Huh.
Killer birds ruled the land and sky.
This premiered probably in the
powerful forces to
the late 90s. We'll see what Wikipedia has to say about Argentavis, because it's going to be a lot more up-to-date.
In South America.
Yeah.
Something that would threaten every living creature.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
The formation of the Panamanian land bridge.
Oh, we talked all about this on Friday, didn't we? Yeah, biogeography, baby. This is what we call GABI, the Great American Biotic Interchange. When South America and North America came together just like that in the middle, this land bridge formed between them, and suddenly, not only could creatures move back and forth from South America into North America, you could have these mass migrations take place where these, worlds collide, but also that joining up that land bridge there means that ocean currents are no longer flowing through there. That's going to change the climate also. And I think they're probably going to talk about that here.
Over millions of years, created a new world. Animals could now cross in both directions, intermingling and competing. But that was only part of the story. Two continents had collided, an upheaval that altered the earth. Over time, the land, the climate, the vegetation would radically change.
Yep.
The days of the killer birds were numbered. Some believe they died out because of competition with animals that migrated from the north. Others believe they simply had nothing to eat. Unable to adapt to the new environment, their prey became extinct. And soon after, so did the killer birds. Though the South American members of this family, like Andogolornis, may have died out,
one of the terror birds,
the story of these giants was not over yet.
Yeah, so some terror birds actually moved north, like Titanus, into places like Texas and Florida. That is a story, however, for another time. We won't discuss that just yet. We talked all about terror birds for several days back during October. Terror birds seemed appropriate pre-Halloween to have a terror bird stream series. So yeah. And a fascinating conversation about cormorants. Very cool, Nell. Very, very cool. Yeah. Anyway, And when did live births begin? It depends on how you classify that, or how you specify that, Gimpleg. Welcome, Gimpleg, by the way. It's good to see you. Live births among which creatures? Among mammals? It probably started in the Jurassic or the Cretaceous, I would imagine. But other creatures have been giving birth to live young for a very long time. In fact, giving birth to live young may actually predate egg laying in invertebrates. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I don't know. There are some creatures that I think can kind of choose whether they want to lay eggs or give birth to live young. I think some species of snake are like that. Where they're like, sometimes they lay eggs, sometimes they keep their eggs internally and practice what we call ovoviviparity, where they produce eggs, but the eggs stay inside the mother, and then the eggs hatch, and then the young kind of slip out. But yeah. Yeah. An aberrantologist, I agree. Terror birds, such cool creatures. I also wish we had some still around today. Alas. Alas. Yeah. Pilgrimage says, have you played Days Raptor Island yet? I've never even heard of that, Pilgrimage, no. I'm not much, if that's a video game, I'm really honestly not much of a video game guy. DayZ. Never heard of it. No. Yeah. Sorry. I'm guessing it's probably not a great portrayal, but I don't know. Yeah. But you are on Twitch. Come on. Not everything on Twitch is video games, you know? Yeah. It's been months since I've played a video game on Twitch. Easily. Although we'll probably do that next week. Jurassic World Evolution apparently is they're gonna have a new downloadable content thing for where was that? With feathered dinosaurs? It's about time. Holy cow. Yeah, here we go. Let's take a look at that. Feathered dinosaurs in a Jurassic World game. My goodness, little a New York Nathan pterosaur. Is this Eutyrannus here? Oh, beautiful. Feathered dinosaur species pack coming March 30th. It's Ios's birthday. We're probably gonna have to play that. That's exciting stuff, you know? So yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah. Jurassic World made some good-looking feathers for once. I mean, honestly, it's the developers. It's people like this gal who made that happen. Hang on. There we go. She says, they're here. I got to design these beauties. So excited for people to finally meet them. That is, and there's Scott Hartman, the man himself. Holy cow. He says, these look really good. And she says, thank you so much. Your research in skeletons have been a huge inspiration to me as a paleo nerd. Very, very cool. Yeah. So she worked on the Eutyrannus, Sinosauropteryx, maybe? And Geholopteryx. Very neat. Very, very cool. Yeah. I can't wait. I should, actually respond. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So we'll be doing that next week. I'll put it on the calendar. In fact, let's do that right now. The 30th is also Thursday Birds Day. So you know what? Maybe we'll do it on the 31st. Jurassic World Evolution 2 Feathered Dinosaurs stream. Yes, you read that correctly. Good stuff. Yeah. That'll be an excellent way to end the month of March here. I can't wait. It's gonna be real good. It's gonna be real good. Or maybe we'll even move that to Thursday and do a Thursday Birds Day combined Jurassic World Evolution 2 thing. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Aberrantologist says it does feel a bit unfortunate how not all the animals were made with that level of care from the beginning. At least we have Prehistoric Kingdom. Aberrantologist, yeah. You might know already, but I did a video all about that a while back. That was like a year ago almost, wasn't it? Here on the Paleontologizing YouTube. Which all of the VODs go up on the YouTube, starting in 2023. So far, every VOD this year has been on the YouTube. But, there we go. Rawr, hang on a minute. Yeah, so Jurassic World has not had a great track record with this kind of thing. Jurassic World Evolution, the developers are kind of hamstrung because the people in charge told them that they can't actually make the dinosaurs all that authentic. Take a look. Interested in paleontology. And honestly, a big-name studio like that should have done better. To me, the biggest difference between the two games is in the animals themselves. So this is between Jurassic World Evolution and Prehistoric Kingdom, you know? Yeah. Here we go. Just like real animals. You can actually tell different individuals of the same species apart from one another based on that coloration. That's pretty cool. Now, a lot of people will compare Prehistoric Kingdom to Jurassic World Evolution, and they are very similar in concept. But there are subtle differences which jump out to somebody like me. Now, here's an example. In both games, you need a way to generate electricity to run your park. In Jurassic World Evolution, this is done through old-fashioned generators. You heard that right. In a futuristic park featuring resurrected dinosaurs created through extraordinary genetic technology, the sky is the limit, and you're burning fossil fuels to generate electricity like it's 1950. Sure, it's a detail, but... Yeah. Kind of says a lot. But in prehistoric... No, I should have said earlier than 1950. Shoot, 1950, we already had nuclear power at that point. Like in 1954, we already had nuclear power aboard U.S. Navy submarines with the USS Nautilus. This is like 1910s technology. You know, fossil fuel generators. Or at Kingdom, power generation through wind and solar. Not only is that more thoughtful, it's also better gameplay. Because you're not restocking the stupid generators with gasoline every... I hated that so much. It was so annoying. Work. Another plus is that Prehistoric Kingdom actually makes a distinction between dinosaurs and non-dinosaurs, which is something that Jurassic World Evolution 2 doesn't really seem to care about. Again, it might seem like a little thing, but it says a lot, especially to players who are interested in paleontology. Honestly, a big-name studio like that should have done better. To me, the biggest difference between the two games is in the animals themselves. That is neat, Tarquin, yeah. Paraceratherium. Evolution's creatures is uneven. Some are beautifully rendered and pretty true to life. Yeah, their Allosaurus is really great. Yeah, ooh, not this. Ugh. This, I really like their Allosaurus. Holy cow, you can even tell it's supposed to be Allosaurus jamadsoni. Beautiful stuff. Some of them are of dubious quality. Some of them are just outright fictional monsters. The problem lies with the source material, the IP. There are talented artists and developers working on games like Jurassic World Evolution. Absolutely, yeah. But they're hamstrung by the intellectual property that they were hired to work with.
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what like real-world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs.
When a film franchise goes off the rails... They don't look like real dinosaurs. They have to look worse, you know? Like in the movies. Inaccurate dinosaur depictions, but by outright inventing fictional dinosaur monsters, they start missing the point about what makes dinosaurs special. Yeah. In a crowded media landscape with a million zillion things to entertain yourself with, dinosaurs are still appealing because of their authenticity. Dinosaurs are real. The team behind Prehistoric Kingdom seems to... Look at that Torvosaurus. Holy cow, is that beautiful. Ah, I was looking for the same footage the other day when we were talking about Torvosaurus, and I couldn't find it. Holy cow, what a beautiful rendering of this animal. That Torvosaurus is just... be still my heart. This is gorgeous. I can't wait for Ethan's work on Torvosaurus to come out. He's working on this animal, kind of doing some more up-to-date reconstructions of its skull. Really, really cool. Yeah. Dinosaurs are real. The team behind Prehistoric Kingdom seems to realize that. It's front and center in their advertising.
Show the world that these aren't monsters. Show the world what they truly are, and they'll come running.
You don't have to monsterify your dinosaurs just to make them compelling to a general audience. Dinosaurs are wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real. Let me tell you a little story. Yeah, and then I get into Dinochirus here and all that. I don't know. I did this video like a year ago, right? And it was pretty well received. 8,000 views. Holy cow, it's the most views I've ever gotten on a video, I think. But yeah. Anyway, that's on the Paleontologizing YouTube page. I work hard to, update this. Work hard. I download the VODs after every stream, and I put them up here. And if you ever happen to miss a Paleontologizing stream live, feel free to check it out on the YouTube page, So yeah, here's a link to that right there. Yeah. Dr. Terra says, paleo game content that is edited equals views, also good thumbnails. Yeah. And like the video, comment for that sweet algorithm. Spread the word. There you go, MS Coggins. Sure. Take MS Coggins' advice, everybody. Thank you, MS Coggins. Yeah. But yeah. And you love the Dinochirus story? Wait, do you want to see the story? Well, I can show you that. Shoot. And then, that'll actually give me an opportunity to go run to the bathroom real quick. And, yeah, because this is a story that's actually near and dear to my heart. So, here, have a look. It's front and center in their advertising. Yeah.
Show the world that these aren't monsters. Show the world what they truly are.
And yeah. So, it's Dr. Terra, part of me almost wonders a little bit. I don't know. Part of me almost wants to wonder if somebody from the Jurassic World Evolution team saw this video and they said, "Well, shoot, we ought to put some feathered dinosaurs in our game." And then I don't know. Maybe Dinochirus had something to do with that. Dinochirus also showed up in Prehistoric Planet, so it's already popular because of that. Everybody loves Dinochirus. I'm sure this video has nothing to do with this new DLC for Jurassic World Evolution, but it is very charismatic dinosaur, Tarquin. You never know. Anyway, I'm going to go run to the little paleontologist room. I will be right back. Here. You don't have to monsterify your dinosaurs just to make them compelling to a general audience. Dinosaurs are wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real. Let me tell you a little story. In 2013, I was presenting research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. All of us had heard rumors of a big reveal concerning a theropod dinosaur called Dinochirus. Now, Dinochirus was first discovered in Mongolia back in the 1960s, but we only really had its arms. And these arms were enormous, like 8 feet long, the biggest arms ever on a theropod dinosaur. For decades afterward, it was a mystery what the rest of this dinosaur looked like. Nobody knew for sure. But we learned from the SVP abstract volume that an international team had discovered a decent skeleton of this animal. And we knew at this meeting, we might get to find out what this famously mysterious dinosaur really was. It was quite the scene. Maybe 1/3 of all the vertebrate paleontologists in the world crammed ourselves into this ballroom. It was standing room only, and we waited for the talk to start. One of the presenting researchers was from Japan, and he had a pretty thick accent. Frankly, he was a little bit difficult to understand. But as the presentation went on, we all leaned forward as he showed us photo after photo of the new material, revealing to us piece by piece what the rest of the skeleton of Dinochirus looked like. And then the next slide. 40 years of mystery just concluded there before our very eyes. A gorgeous 3D model of the full animal, all fleshed out, just slowly rotating there on the screen. And it wasn't like any other dinosaur we'd ever seen before. Yeah. A whole ballroom full of scientists. Magical. It was magic. Breath. Suddenly, spontaneously stood up and began to applaud. I had never seen anything like this at a scientific conference before. It was magical. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It's a shining example of what dinosaur paleontology could be. Beautiful marriage of science and art and discovery. You know what reminds me of that moment? Prehistoric Kingdom does. The game. They have Dinochirus there. Not as a monster, but as a real animal. Check this out. Yeah. Holy cow. Accurate in every detail they could muster, based on real fossils and real scholarship. And now apparently we're going to get that also in Jurassic World Evolution 2, with the new Feathered Dinosaurs DLC. And you know what? I'm happy to... I mean, shoot, somebody could gift it to me on Steam if they want to. If you want to save me a few dollars, because I'm going to get it anyway. Holy cow. Yeah, this is, there's Dinochirus right there. Very, very cool. This is beautiful. Oh, this makes me so happy. Is that... I don't know. I'm not going to be bitter about this and go, ooh, Jurassic World Evolution, their dinosaurs are bad. No, they're actually making really good dinosaurs here, and that makes me so, so happy. Major props to them for doing this. I wish it would have been earlier, but better late than never, you know? This is, Petrodactylus says, this more than anything makes me want to play the game again. This is gonna have me play that game again. It's been like over a year, right? Since I played this, maybe longer? I think it came out, what, in November of 2021? I don't think I've played it since then. I will again. Because of this. Very cool. Just incredible. I love it. Look at that Enuregnated pterosaur. Look at that Eutyrannus. So good. So good. So yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, feathered dinosaurs? One of the included ones is Dinochirus. Sold. You know, you and me both, Petrodactylus. You and me both. So yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Lenina says, we need to shout our approval from the hilltops when this comes out. They need to know how many of us are related by this. Agreed, Lenina. Agreed. I'm stoked. In fact, you know what? Change of schedule here. Thursday, Birds Day. Next week. Yeah. that is going to move to here. Oops. Plus Thursday, Birds Day. We'll play this as soon as it comes out. That is going to be fun. And then we'll do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, maybe, like we'll do tomorrow. We'll probably do it then also. And let's take all of these and make that... Let's see, we've got text wrapping, and we've got vertical alignment there. Why they have such issues with this with Google Sheets. But yeah, anyway. Alex Vixen, it's great to have you back. Welcome, welcome, Alex Vixen. Yeah. What's shaking with you? Yeah, and Dr. Terra says, however, Dino-Kairos will be tiny in the new DLC. Look at the Paleontologizing Paleo Gaming channel for proof. Really, Dr. Terra? That's a little disappointing. Dino-Kairos is enormous. It's a huge critter. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big animal. Holy cow. Shoot, you can't see it, but there's a person for scale there. There you go. Like, just its skull alone is like 4 feet long. 3 or 4 feet long. It's like the skull's over a meter long. Holy cow. Yeah. Like, this is a big beastie. It's not a small critter. This is like larger than Tyrannosaurus. At least taller than Tyrannosaurus. You know? So yeah. Yeah. And Alex Vixen just got back from seeing 65. It could definitely use a tightening of pace. It was like 90 minutes long, Alex Vixen. It was already way shorter than most modern movies are. Yeah, I don't know. I had other problems with 65. And actually, for those of you who just waltzed in a little while ago, the reason I started today's stream early was not just because our stream on Tuesday got cut short by a power outage, and then I didn't stream yesterday because of a power outage, and because I was supposed to work on science yesterday. But also because at noon today, my time, I was talking with a freelance journalist for Insider Magazine. She's writing a piece for Insider Magazine about the film 65 and about its depiction of dinosaurs. It was a lot of fun. I had a great conversation with her. She was lovely. And I will let you know when that article is out. Yeah, I'm excited about this. Very excited. So yeah. Anyway. Should I play the 65 trailer real quick? The one that I recut? To make it a little bit more scientifically authentic? Has anybody here not yet seen that? Give me a 1 in chat if you haven't seen it or if you'd like to see it. And I'll play it for you real quick. But, yeah. Okay, we're getting some ones. So what you gotta understand about this is that the film 65, the reason it's called 65 is because Adam Driver's character crash lands on Earth 65 million years ago. He has to fight all these dinosaurs and stuff. However, 65 million years ago is the wrong time. That's a full million years after the asteroid hit. There would be no more dinosaurs except for maybe a small fistful of birds. So the only creatures he would encounter might be little mammals and stuff like that, like our ancestors. Just those last little dregs that managed to squeak their way through the extinction event. So, yeah, they got that part wrong, and I find that really amusing, and so I put together this recut trailer. Take a look.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
But yeah, there's that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's funny. Thank you, Avalon Angels. Yeah, this video is Daegu approved. Thank you, Rizu Daegu. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, because once again, 65 million years ago, you know, if this movie had been made 30 years back, that would make sense. We used to say it was 65 million years ago that the asteroid hit. But we've known for like well over a decade now that something different's going on, you know? We've got better dating methods. Nowadays, we recognize it was 66 million years ago that the asteroid hit. So yeah, I don't know. 66 would have been a better title for a movie anyway. I don't know why they went with 65. Yeah, Tarquin says, I only learned that it was 66 from watching you, so thanks for sharing it. You bet, Tarquin. Hey, you know, if you're able to reach just one person and keep them from typing in the wrong coordinates into their time machine, then they say you've done your job, you know? So there you go. But yeah. But yeah. In this version, Adam Driver could have got them with the old I got your nose trick. There you go. 5280 Andy, yes indeed. Yeah. Or you could just grab them by the nose. Yeah. So I actually used elephant shrews for that. Also known as sengis. Yeah. They're such cool little critters. Yeah. Here's some giant elephant shrews from the Houston Zoo. And these look superficially similar to some of the critters that lived in the Paleocene. Like I was showing you there. Look at that little snout snuffling around. What a cool critter. So this is a giant sengi, a giant elephant shrew, which they get about this big, I think. Yeah. They are very cute, Avalon Angels. They are very cute. Here, let me show you another video. Classic. Yeah. Here we go. Classic.
Take a closer look at that snout.
I have to show this. The people demand it. Another Sengi, an elephant shrew. Who made this connection in the first place? It's brilliant. To my knowledge, the Kit actually sing like that, but... yeah. But the critter that I was kind of going for there is like a little lepticticid. You know, one of these little critters like this. Not too long after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs, you had these critters that had evolved from the little shrew-like ancestors that lived during the Cretaceous. Take a look. And okay, interesting. That's an interesting music choice they made for that. We'll provide our own music instead. But yeah. Leptictidium. Oh, being chased down by a big Eocene bird right there. Yeah. What a neat critter. Get the bug. Oh, missed him. Yeah. Yeah. So this is kind of what I was going for with using the elephant shrew footage. The Sengi footage. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And Marmot's doing Mozart. Tarquin, is that another thing? Well, well, well. What is this? Never seen this before? Cross your fingers, it'll be good. That's a marmot, which marmot's also known as... Oh shoot, they're members of the ground squirrel family, aren't they? Let's look them up. But I know that marmots are also well, we won't look them up yet. Marmots are also groundhogs are a kind of marmot. And you know what? This is a lovely transition to our Thursday BIRDSDAY festivities here. Let's show that. Yeah, whistle pigs are prairie dogs, I think, Rizudego, aren't they? Anyway. Watch the following video closely, because you might spot a marmot in it who, yeah. I think the character name is The Mammal. So, yeah. To kick off Thursday BIRDSDAY, here we go. I'm going to cut through the beginning of this, so keep your seats. This is not going to be 10 minutes. Take a look.
Dinosaur. We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch. Are the birds going to eat us, Mommy? Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a
A war? Who said anything about a war? All I said...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors. Just side of your eye. Side of your
Success.
So there you go. Happy Thursday, Birds Day, everybody. Somebody type in !birds. But we are celebrating Thursday, Birds Day now. Happy Thursday, Birds Day to everyone. And that's just one of my many cold open videos. You know, if you show up at the beginning of a stream, that's when I play a cold open video, you know? I've got a bunch of these. I just made a brand new one for tomorrow. Well, mostly new for tomorrow. I think you'll enjoy it. I found it amusing. But we're gonna have a new cold open video for tomorrow. So, yeah. And mammal, yeah, that mammal got. Yes, indeed, Vol Machine. Yes, indeed. But yeah. Cold open videos. They're a lot of fun to put together. It might be a lot of work for little reward, but I enjoy making them, and people in chat seem to enjoy them. If you'd like to catch a cold open video, I've got probably 15 of them now. They're at the beginning of every stream. So yeah, I showed that one because I don't yet have a Thursday Birds Day video sting yet. A Thursday Birds Day video opener. But Thursday Birds Day is the most magical, most avian time of the week in which we discuss living dinosaurs. Birds are incredibly special in that they are the last surviving living dinosaurs. And they're the only group of dinosaurs that survived the end Cretaceous extinction event. Today we've got over 10,000 species of them. They're ubiquitous. They're everywhere. And so I created Thursday Birds Day as kind of an encouragement to members of this community to go outside and pay attention to some birds. Go out for a walk in your neighborhood. Or from your lunch break at work, or however you can. Get outside, breathe some fresh air, take in some nature, and observe some birds. And see if you can photograph one. On Thursday, Birds Day, we go over bird photographs submitted to the Discord by members of this community, and we talk about what makes birds so cool. So, here we go, Thursday, Birds Day. Indeed, Green Herring, welcome back. Great to see you. Green Herring, resident bird expert. Should be Green Heron, with how much Green Herring knows about birds. But hey, I don't make the rules. Expert. You know more about modern birds than I do, Green Herring. You're better at identifying them anyway. You're a true birder. I'm but an avian dilettante. And who do we have here? This is from, excuse me, from Kirsten Games. We've got some lovely Columba live African rock doves, also known as rock pigeons. One of the most underappreciated of birds. Holy cow. I actually just recently got a book about these guys. I didn't really like it that much. I don't know, I felt a little talked down to. But if you're kind of new to birding, and if you want to grow your appreciation for birds, including pigeons like these, then I would definitely recommend this book. Where'd it go? Where's my pigeons? Somewhere around here. I don't know where I put it, but anyway, there's a book about pigeons. It wasn't for me. There we go. Yeah. Pigeons, the fascinating saga of the world's most revered and reviled bird. I'll find it on thrift books for you, but I would recommend it. Yeah. There we go. That's actually more expensive than I was expecting. You can get hardcover, though. Yeah. Here's a link. It'll at least give you the title. If you like pigeons, or if you'd like to learn to love pigeons, get yourself this book, or check it out from your local library. Order it from your local independent bookseller, whatever suits your fancy. But yeah, good stuff. Yeah. And I've seen the movie Birdemic, Angel Silhouette. It's terrible. Yeah. I had a roommate from Indonesia who insisted that I watch that movie. Yeah. He's like, parts of it are actually kind of good. It's like, no, they weren't. No, they weren't. But anyway, yeah. No, the main thing he liked about it was how terrible it was. So yeah. Anyway. And thank you, Nell. Hey, thank you again for the box that you sent me. Really appreciate you, Nell. Yeah. Good night to you too. Sleep well, Nell. Yeah. Anyway, pigeons are, I feel like, man, Kirsten Games sent us a lovely picture of these pigeons. Let's see if we can find a lovely video about pigeons. Pigeons playing ping pong? Oh, never mind. That's a band name. Yeah. Pigeon ornithology. Let's try that. Here's a video from Vox.
So here's a
Here we go. Yeah. Take a look.
So here's a controversial opinion. Pigeons are underrated.
Yeah.
Does each one of them create an estimated 25 pounds of shit each year?
Hey, language.
Can that
Hang
shit
on.
spread disease? Yes. But the same applies to a couple of animals that we often share our beds with.
Yeah, like humans. Ew. Gross. Have you heard about this? You heard about this COVID-19 thing people are spreading around? Disgusting.
Anne-Marie K. Author gifted a tier 1 sub to Nothing More variant.
Thank you, Anne-Marie K. Author. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for that. And there was a bird in our alert right there, causing some havoc, like birds sometimes do. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Anne-Marie K. Author. How you doing, by the way? Welcome back. Hola, hola a ti también. ¿Cómo está? ¿Qué pasa? Oh, we got another one.
Avaris Clary gifted a tier 1 sub to Sigma 957 Zippy.
Avarice Clary just dropped a gift sub there, too. Brilliant. Thank you for that. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And you're doing well. Glad to hear it, Anne-Marie. Glad to hear it. Hope you are, too, Avarice. Thank you for that gift sub. Appreciate you, Avarice. You've been watching pigeon behavior all week? Fascinating. Oh, you're about to learn some things, Bette Midler. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. And I hope that's a real person. Either way, you're putting food on my table, Avarice Clary. So even if it did go to a bot, that's not a good deed left undone, or however this saying goes. Whatever. Let's watch this video about pigeons. Let's continue. Or let's just start it over because we were 15 seconds in.
So here's a controversial opinion. Pigeons are underrated.
Agreed.
Does each one of them create an estimated 25 pounds of shit?
I was trying to bleep it, but couldn't do a live bleep. Sorry, language.
Year? Yes. Can that shit spread disease? Yes.
Yeah.
But the same applies to a couple of animals that we often share our beds with.
Yeah, like people.
And
Gross.
Pigeons, though they may seem useless, have actually played an outsized role in world history.
Holy cow, yeah. Holy moly. Pigeons, possibly one of the very first domesticated animals. I think it went dogs and then pigeons. I think pigeons were domesticated before cats were. If cats ever really were truly domesticated. Some people say that cats actually domesticated us. Anyway, I'm sure we've got several cat owners here who would attest to that idea. That, like, oh yeah, cats are really the ones who domesticated us, not the other way around. But, yeah, someone argued cats aren't domesticated, they just have staff. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah.
And in the history of science.
Yeah, pigeons. What a cool video. Oh, this is great.
If you read the first chapter of Darwin's book On the Origin of Species,
yeah,
about the
old Chucky D.
Observed in the tropics. Instead, he opened his book by talking about pigeons.
Pigeons actually helped us understand evolution in ways that other animals couldn't. Holy cow, there were so many pigeon fanciers, people who were obsessed with pigeons in Victorian England, and Darwin was clued into this. And pigeons actually helped him come up with this idea for natural selection, for how different traits can register in animals, how you can selectively breed for them. Basically, Darwin kind of took selective breeding of pigeons and used it to say, well, shoot, if these same processes can happen in nature because of changing environmental conditions, that's like selective breeding, artificial selection, but happening in nature. That's natural selection.
Darwin noticed how pigeon fanciers had created a huge variety of pigeon breeds from a single species, Columbia livia, the rock pigeon.
Yeah.
He used this example of artificial selection to help communicate his own game-changing theory of natural selection. By
Very
that time,
cool.
Rock pigeons had been domesticated by humans for thousands of years for food and as pets. It was actually once a status symbol to build giant bird houses for pigeons. They're called dovecotes, and they're still standing today in many parts of Europe and Asia.
Yep.
That's ultimately
Very
why
cool.
there are pigeons in American cities. Europeans were fond of them, and they brought them here. And until recently, pigeons were seen as useful companions.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly.
No.
I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Thanks for teaching with fun and good humor.
Green Herring, thank you so much. Oh, Bet Medler, thank you for the 8 months. Really appreciate that, Bet Medler. We got several here. Holy cow. And Green Herring, thank you for the 4 months. Really appreciate both of you. Holy cow. 2 resubscriptions within a moment there. That is brilliant. Thank you, Bet Medler, and thank you, Green Herring, very, very much for your continued support. I appreciate that tremendously. So thank you, thank you. Holy cow. I hardly know what to say. Yeah, what kind of 70s film? That's from the film The Puma Man. See, Bet Medler got it immediately. Yeah. There's a great MST3K episode, Puma Man. It actually features a the main character, the Puma Man himself, is a paleontologist in that movie. That's how I know about it. So yeah. And I loved Puma Man. Yeah, what in the robots doesn't he say? I love the Puma Man. That line always.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do, Rizudego. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Dinosaurs, of course, are the source of all blame and praise. Source of? No. Receptacle for. Rizudego, thank you for making me a receptacle for those 100 bits. We've got a hype train going here. Holy cow. Working our way up to a level 2 here. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs live on stream. In fact, in honor of Thursday Birds Day, I'll play you an incomplete song about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. So, how does that sound? I like that idea. I don't know. Do you like that idea? Time will tell. Let's watch it on stream. We can't really do that. There is another channel that you can watch MST3K live on Twitch. I think it's called MST3K. But yeah, I can't watch that. Yeah, I would get DMCA'd for that. So yeah. Yeah. Avarice Clarice says, I turned in my nerd card years ago because I just don't click with MST3K. You don't have to be a nerd to click with MST3K, you know? Chat, I famously am, of course, not a nerd, but instead it's French, right? A genre, like the famous diver Jacques Cousteau. You know? Yeah. You don't have to be a nerd, especially to enjoy things like science, to recognize how important and interesting and enlightening the field of science is. I try to make that point again and again and again, you know, is that science is for all different kinds of people, you know? People of different nationalities, different class backgrounds, different ethnicities, different social backgrounds, you know, jocks and nerds and dweebs and preppy kids and goths and Visigoths and Mongols and barbarians and Romans. Friends, countrymen, lend me your ears. Let's talk about science, you know? It's for all of us. So yeah. Let's talk about pigeons. Thank you for the support, Golganek.
Humble pigeon.
Lord's the humble pigeon. Thank you, Golganek. Really appreciate those 200 bits. Thank you very much, Golganek. Here, let's continue. Yeah, the Grebos and the Crusties and the crust punks and the and the rockers and the mods and the everybody else. Holy cow.
For instance, they were deployed in war for thousands of years.
Here, let's go back a little bit.
Instead,
There we
he
go.
opened his book by talking about pigeons.
Greenpeace punks.
Darwin
Yeah, there you
noticed
go.
how pigeon fanciers had created a huge variety of pigeon.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Wait, Rizudego, did you I'm looking in my activity feed here, and try as I might, I find no notification there, which probably means Rizudego, I actually need to talk to Ios about this. She might be able to bring this up to some of the people at Twitch, but when somebody takes a gift sub and turns that into a recurring sub, if they're feeling particularly generous and they say, hey, I got a gift sub from this community, but I want to turn around and claim that and make that a recurring subscription, like I think you just did, Rizudegu. Thank you. Holy cow. There's no alert that pops up. Or there's an alert, but there's nothing in the activity feed. Did you just turn that into a recurring sub, Rizudegu? If you did, I appreciate that tremendously. So thank you for that support. Sorry, I don't mean to blow up your spot. I'm not trying to... Anyway, just know that I'm grateful. So thank you for that. Really appreciate you. And look, we're at 27 out of 40 gift subs for our sub goal today. Not bad. Not bad. Anyway. Primes keep timing out, so making that a thing. Rizudego, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot to me. It really does.
Breeds from a single species,
Yeah.
Columbia livia, the rock pigeon. And he used this example of artificial...
Lilith Hobo says, if I won the lottery, I would buy you a museum. All right, one more tangent before we get back into this. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. Holy cow. I, of course, live in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Lilith Hobo knows this. Lilith Hobo also knows that despite having 9 million people who live in the Bay Area, one of the major metropolitan regions in the United States, despite having, in the 9 counties of the Bay Area, an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia, we don't have a public fossil museum here in the Bay Area. There's tremendous demand for that, but we just don't have it. Someday, it is like a lifelong dream of mine to establish a public fossil museum right here in the San Francisco Bay Area, where field trips of kids can come, look at our cool fossils that we have here in the Bay Area, see some dinosaur skeletons, you know. Members of the public can come and enjoy the fossil heritage of California. We just don't have that anywhere in Northern California. Not in the Bay Area, but nowhere in Northern California do we have this. Someday, I want to remedy that. And Lilith Hobo, hold you to that. Next time you win the lottery. Help me build my museum, Lilith Hobo. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Ali J says, after going to the disappointingly privately owned National Dinosaur Museum here. Wait, where, Ali J? Oh, in Australia. Shoot. I would dearly love a properly funded government-run dinosaur museum like our art gallery and National Museum. Yeah, Ali J. There are a few cool museums down in Australia. I didn't realize that the National Dinosaur Museum is privately owned? Is that the one that the Triceratops went to, Ali J? The one that was purchased from North America? Of course, that'd be a privately owned museum, too. Oh, boy. Well. Here's hoping it gets nationalized or something? I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. Privately owned by gem enthusiasts and importers. Oh boy. By Blood Diamond Traders, maybe. Sorry, I don't mean to be slandering anybody. I know the laws down in Australia, probably taking after the UK, are probably a lot more stringent about that kind of thing. But yeah, they called abandoned iron formation Tiger Iron. No, Allie J. No, 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 no. Ugh. I'm really sorry to hear that. Semi woo-woo vibes. Well, you know who doesn't have woo-woo vibes, but rather vibes. How's that for a segue? Pigeons. Let's get back to our pigeons here.
Selection to help communicate his own game-changing theory of natural. By that time, rock pigeons had been domesticated by humans for thousands of years for food.
Thank you, SB Hurricane. Thank you.
It was actually once a status symbol to build giant bird houses for pigeons. They're called dovecotes, and they're still standing today in many parts of Europe and Asia. That's ultimately why there are pigeons in American cities. Europeans were fond of them, and they brought them here. And until recently, pigeons were seen as useful companions. For instance, they were deployed in war for thousands of years, including...
Yeah, isn't that Private Snafu there?
Well-fed pigeons busy raising families of more flying messengers for use by troops in the field.
Holy cow. Oh, are they going to tell the story of... Oh, shoot, what was his name? The most decorated pigeon ever, but he saved, like, hundreds of soldiers' lives by delivering a message, and he got one of his legs blown off, and I think he lost one of his eyes. Like, the Germans were shooting at him, but he kept flying. And the fact that he delivered his message, like, it saved so many people's lives. Here.
A lot of messages.
That's Phil Edwards. He writes about history here at Vox.
It didn't need power. It didn't need electrical lines. All it needed was the ability to fly, and it would carry the message with it, and reliably it would get home.
One pigeon saved 200 stranded...
Cher ami. Oh, my goodness. See, notice. One leg. Yeah. Cher ami, French for dear friend. The dearest of friends.
Carry the message with it, and reliably it would get home.
One pigeon saved 200 stranded American soldiers by delivering a message during World War I, despite being badly injured. In the Second World War...
Not just shot through the leg, she also lost an eye, and she had, like, I think one of the bullets actually went through her lung also, and... Holy cow, I'm tempted to... Not tempted. We're going for it. We're going to see if we can find a video about her. There we go right there. Yeah.
Does the name Cher Ami sound familiar to you? She was a carrier pigeon that saved the lives of almost 200 soldiers during the First World War.
Holy cow.
Want to know her story? We tell you about it in this Animal Wise video.
Huh. Cher Ami. Big paleontologizing salute to her.
The terrible situation. Our story takes place in October 1918 when a group of over 500 US soldiers were completely surrounded by German enemy troops. They were facing a desperate situation since they were located behind enemy lines without food or ammunition to defend themselves. After the runners...
World War I, such a mistake. Holy cow. Humans don't deserve this planet. I agree, Lilith. Holy cow. We're so blessed that we get to share it with these amazing creatures like this, though. You know?
Had been intercepted. They had sent several messages via carrier pigeon, but none were able to reach for support. They had all been shot down by the Germans as hundreds of soldiers were dying. The situation seemed hopeless. Their last hope. They only had one carrier pigeon left, Cher Ami, which means dear friend in French. By this time, US Army reinforcements had arrived, but they began to shoot at the cornered battalion, thinking they were German troops.
Friendly fire.
Was the last hope for the soldiers caught in the situation.
Yeah, and I think it was an artillery strike where, like, the Americans were calling in an artillery strike on other Americans, thinking that they were Germans. And they could have been wiped out if it were not for this remarkable theropod here.
They wrote a message tied to Cher Ami's leg explaining where they were located and warning that their own artillery was bombing them.
There you go.
Cher Ami's journey. The pigeon flew at great speed trying to reach her destination, but as soon as the Germans saw her, they opened fire. She was hit.
That's the wrong kinds of guns. That looks like an AK right there. Oh boy. Anyway.
By enemy bullets and fell to the ground. Although seriously,
Also the wrong kind of bird.
She managed to take flight again and make the long distance to reach her destination. She finally managed to deliver the message and was able to save the lives of almost 200 soldiers.
Yep.
Due to the enemy's attacks, Cherami was wounded in the chest and lost both a leg and an eye. The army
What'd I tell ya?
quickly intervened to treat her and managed to save her life. Once recovered, she was sent back to the United States with a prosthetic wooden leg they had made for her. Recognition of Cherami. Upon arrival in the United States, Cherami received the Oak Leaf War Cross Medal.
Oh my
She was
goodness.
not only awarded for saving the lost battalion, but for having delivered a total of 12 important messages during World War I. Sadly, Cherami passed away in June 1919 due to injuries sustained during her last mission.
Yeah.
At that time, she was awarded a gold medal from the organized bodies of American racing pigeon fanciers as thanks for her war service. She was also sent to a taxidermist to preserve her body. She is currently in the Price of Freedom exhibition at the National Museum of American History alongside Sergeant Stubby, another great animal war hero.
Yeah.
If you still do not know this...
This, I think, is in Washington, D.C. The next time I go to D.C., I've not been there since I was a kid. I'll make sure that I go see Cherami. Holy cow.
Story of Stubby, the dog who was promoted to sergeant, we explain all in this video.
Very cool.
Are there any other famous animals you'd like to hear about in a...
Yeah, anyway, let's get back to our video on pigeons.
Delivering a message during World War I, despite being badly injured. In the
Yeah.
Second World War, the UK expanded their pigeon corps to 250,000 birds and
Holy
sent
cow.
parachutes carrying pigeons into occupied Europe, like a prepaid envelope to solicit information.
32 pigeons ended up winning a medal for valor, the Dickey
Wow.
Medal.
Scientists haven't quite figured out the mechanism behind their homing abilities, but some pigeons can be driven hundreds of miles away and still fly right home. It's a skill
Wow.
that hasn't gone unnoticed by some criminal elements.
Brazilian prison authorities have discovered a new smuggling scheme used in jails. Carrier pigeons are used to deliver drugs and mobile phones to inmates.
And it's the secret to those ceremonial white doves. They're pigeons, and they just go home when they're released.
Yep.
During World War II, pigeons were also part of a long-shot project headed by famous behaviorist B.F.
You had to create guided
The idea
bombs.
was that pigeons could be used to guide a missile toward its target.
Skinner found that he could train pigeons to peck at a target with high accuracy by rewarding their behavior.
And they were able to hit a single street corner on a map with enough training. But ultimately, the army decided.
So the idea was back in World War II, before there were computers, before there were computer guidance systems, the idea was they could create a guided missile by putting a pigeon there in a missile and having the pigeon peck at like a screen that would show, like, say, a ship or a particular building or something like that. If the pigeon were trained to peck at that, then it could guide a missile toward it. And of course, that would also be curtains for the pigeon, unfortunately. It is ghoulish, as we hearken. Yeah. 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 War is gross. It really is.
Not to use it because there were better advances in guided missiles and probably because it was pigeons.
Skinner kept working with pigeons for the rest of his career, though. They helped him show how reinforcement could shape even complex behaviors.
I will try to pick out some particular pattern of behavior and make it a more frequent part of the repertoire of the bird.
Building on these ideas, a project headed by the Coast Guard later on tried to use the pecking behavior to search for people lost at sea.
Yeah,
Lived in a
really
little
interesting.
bubble on the bottom of a helicopter when they were on these missions. What they
Yeah.
did was they pecked when they saw objects floating in the water, and they did really well.
The contest was on. Who would spot the target first? The human observers or the pigeons?
They had an accuracy rate that was significantly higher than the human.
Holy cow, because they've got better eyesight than we have. This is the thing, is that pigeons can't just see more colors than we can. You know, being birds, they've got that dinosaurian vision. They can see a greater degree of the visible spectrum and even of the ultraviolet spectrum. We can't see as many colors as a pigeon can. But they also have more acute vision too. their vision is better than ours is by a significant margin, which is pretty cool, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Because they never fell asleep, they had better
Send a
eyesight,
tracking pigeon.
and they were simply more interested in the task of trying to find things because they believed that it would give them a reward.
How cool is that? That they made better lookouts than humans did. I want to rewind that part real quick. This is crazy to me, but not only does this emphasize how cool pigeons are, but, you know, those are theropod features. That's, these are features that are derived from theropod dinosaurs that these pigeons are using. That's really, really neat. And all they want is treats. There you go, green herring. There you go. Yeah.
They had an accuracy rate that was significantly higher than the humans because they never fell asleep, they had better eyesight, and they were simply more interested in the task of trying to find things because they believed that it would give them a reward.
The program
Very
never
cool.
moved beyond testing because of equipment failures and budget cuts, but also our relationship with pigeons shifted. They became widely seen as pests. In fact, they're one of the 3 birds not protected by federal law, and there's an entire industry dedicated to their removal.
Yeah, shoot, there was a truck that showed up outside my apartment, and it had, like, shoot, it was like, it had a picture of a pigeon on the side with, like, a big red X through it, and it was like, Pigeon Busters, and there's also, like, a picture of a gun pointed at the pigeon, and oh my goodness, yeah. It just, it hurt my heart. You know. Yeah. You know that scene in The Lost World Jurassic Park where the 2 Tyrannosaurus, they push those vehicles off the cliff in the big trailer? Never have I wanted a Tyrannosaurus to push a vehicle off a cliff more than when I saw that truck, you know? Yeah.
Sun's shining bright, everything seems alright when we're poisoning pigeons in the parking lot.
Maybe because we have email and drones and GPS, all we want from our animals is for them to be cute. But these little bastards could guide our missiles.
Hey.
I mean, come on. They deserve a little
Language.
We'll murder them all amid laughter and merriment, except for the few we take home to experiment. My pulse will be quickened. Each drop of strychnine we feed to a pigeon. It just takes a smidgen to poison a pigeon
pigeons.
in the park.
So Tom Lehrer there was making fun of this idea. He wasn't actually in favor of killing pigeons, but you know, anyway. But this is pretty interesting. Big brain pigeons perform like primates. What is this?
Dr. Damien Scarf of the University of Otago has been taking a closer look inside the pigeons' brains.
It's a New Zealand accent.
And he discovered that pigeons, along with our primate cousins, can too recognize if abstract objects are the same or different.
Very cool. They're incredibly intelligent animals.
Abstract objects, like these green and blue circles, pigeons not only know to match the blue to the blue and the green to the green, but they can also transfer the skill to objects that they've never seen before, like this hand, and this bomb.
That's pretty cool.
The matching task is interesting because matching is something that we used to think was unique to primates. So showing that pigeons can match not only shows that they have the ability to match, but it also shows they can apply a learnt skill to a novel situation.
Dr. Scarf has discovered that pigeons can plan at least one step ahead, as well as primates do.
They can plan one step ahead. Somebody once told me that the New Zealand English, the New Zealand accent, is you just replace all of the vowels with I's. They can plan one step ahead. I love it. Anyway, yeah. New Zealand. I dearly wish that I could visit New Zealand one day. Never been. Heard wonderful things. They've got beautiful fossils there. Well, yeah.
Apply a learned skill
Yeah.
to a novel situation.
Dr. Scarf has discovered that pigeons can plan at least one step ahead, as well as primates do. This pigeon has been trained to pick 3 colours in a prescribed order. Red, green, blue.
Red, green, blue.
But when the green and the blue switch places in front of the pigeon's eyes, he picks wrongly.
Whoa, what?
Or when the green and the blue were blocked by the opaque white squares, he still picks them in the right order, which indicates that he's planned his actions ahead.
Ah. He's
But as
planned
it
his
turns out,
actions
our
ahead.
clever pigeons can recognise numerical differences as well. Pigeons have been trained to assort the first 3 numbers in the order of magnitude.
Wow. What?
To everyone's surprise, however, they can also recognise the difference between large numbers that they've never seen before.
So what's
Wow.
me about my research is that I basically found that pigeons could perform a lot of the tasks on par, if not better than primates. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to a task that we know pigeons perform better than us, and that's their navigation skills. So pigeons.
Holy cow. So so basically the only animal on earth that could perform those tasks better than a pigeon would be humans. Other mammals are our closest relatives on the tree of life. You know, if we zoom in here on our tree of life to humans, we go to our closest relatives, you know, orangutans, gorillas, bonobos, chimpanzees. You look at these other animals, bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans. None of these creatures can perform that task as well as a pigeon can. Pigeons are, you don't normally think of them as being remarkably intelligent birds, but here they are outperforming primates in these tasks. So that's pretty neat. And yes, Kias. We've looked at Kias before, Ali J. Kias are remarkably intelligent birds. Holy moly. So yeah. Really neat. Really, really neat. Here. Yeah.
Par, if not better than primates. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to a task that we know pigeons perform better than us, and that's their navigation skills. So pigeons can navigate from far away, so they can navigate over hundreds of kilometers from places that they've never been before. So now the new research is going to look at how they do that.
Got the mammal again. There you go, Paul Machine, yeah.
That have GPS devices in them, we can basically not only see where they go, but also how they get there.
Yeah. Very, very cool. And in fact, actually, Ali J, you're bringing up Kias reminds me of does anybody remember this? I think this is the right one, isn't it? It is, yeah. Here. Apologies to anybody watching this later on YouTube. You probably won't be able to hear the audio here, but take a look. Oh, and hang on a minute. Sorry, give me a second here. Looks like... Let's see. Transform. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, the most extreme. I watched this when I was a kid. Extremes. Oh boy. But the information in it is generally pretty good. You know? So George Orwell said that, right? Some animals are more extreme than others. They skateboarded. The most extreme. Yeah. Anyway, so it's like a countdown show like this. Yeah. Oh, dogs. I thought it was gonna be this guy. Anyway, you got dogs, you got bees, you got horses, etc. There's a pig. But our number one here, not a chimp. No, chimps are number two. Yeah. Here we go. What is the most intelligent animal, according to the producers of this show? The most extreme. And Kanzi is a bonobo. Really, Golkanek? I did not know that. That may have been before the official split, before we recognized that bonobos should be a different species than chimps. Interesting. Or maybe they just got that wrong. I don't know. I don't know a lot about primates. Number one. Holy cow. A Kia. Yeah. Very cool. Ah. Yep, it outperformed several Yale University graduates. And everyone tested from Harvard or Princeton. Pretty impressive, you know? Yeah, Kias. Really, really neat critters. Look at that. I think it shows them tearing apart some cars, too. Holy cow. Yep. Very cool. Yeah. Uh-oh. They're going to eat their eggs? Just going to eat this other bird's babies? Huh. Ah. So this is an African gray parrot right here. I think we've seen him before on this channel before. Holy cow. Yeah. And there you go, Lilith, yeah. Wool? That's smaller than a walnut. Its head is not as wide as a walnut is. CGI. The most extreme. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Yeah, they're, that's dinosaurs for you, you know? It's true, Kennedy. Yeah, it's true. Thank you for the 9 months of support, Kennedy. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. So yeah. Anyway, big old rabbit holes that we just trundled down, but Kirsten Games, thank you for posting those pigeons. Hopefully everybody in chat has a better appreciation of pigeons nowadays. Yeah, and Kia's too. Mayor of Space has got a Muscovy duck for us there. That is lovely, Mayor of Space. Muscovy ducks. Are they from Eastern Europe? I bet you they are. But yeah, very, very nice. Yeah. I like it, Mayor of Space. I like it. So whether, I don't know, that's the whole point. Somebody type in !birds again to the chat. But the whole point of Thursday Birds Day is to encourage members of chat, members of this community, to go out and spend some time in nature. Go out walking around your neighborhood, walk around your workplace at lunch. If you're on the weekend, if you're going for a hike or something, pay attention to the birds out there. See if you can snap some photos. They don't have to be of particularly exotic or noteworthy birds. They could just be pigeons, you know? Like Kirsten Games did, but that can still lead to a really cool discussion. What's really cool about birds is that they're everywhere. And they can teach us so much about the world around us. There's Mayor Space Muscovy duck right there. And look at that bright coloration around the eyes. I love that. I picture this being on theropod dinosaurs. You know, like, you know what this reminds me of? Is, yeah. Lewis Ray's Deinonychus. That's what this reminds me of right here. Yeah. So, Muscovy duck. See that red kind of showy flesh around the eye? Deinonychus, right there. A reconstruction by Lewis Ray, famed paleo artist. Really cool stuff. Yeah. Another feathered theropod right here. So yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Lewis Ray has actually got a long history of showing Deinonychosaurs with cool stuff going on their faces like that. Extreme dinosaurs. I love it. Yeah. Any good stuff. Very cool, Mayor Space. Thank you for posting. And Dr. Terra says, the W, that's a shoebill right there, Dr. Terra. Looks like in a zoo. Very cool. I don't have shoebills in my local zoo. That's amazing. One of my favorite birds. Can we get some shoebill emotes going in the chat here? Shoebill's one of my very, very favorite birds. Super cool. Yeah. And the W is a meme of the shoebill. Is it, Dr. Terra? The W? I'm not familiar with that. And I like how people are responding with the shoebill emote. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Dr. Terra. I'm going to look up this meme. The W shoebill. It's a meme. Let's see here. The W shoebill meme. What? I don't get it. The Q, the W, the M. Maybe I'm just not young enough to understand this. But, pretty fun. I'm glad you appreciate it, Dr. Tara. It has sailed over my noggin. I don't know what this is about. But, yeah. Yeah. And Tarquin says, no, Danny, you're 21 and single. You're young enough. Well, I mean, I don't know. All these Gen Z or post-Gen Z kids nowadays with their memes and their tink-tonks, you know? Yeah. But that's okay, you know? That's okay. Anyway, beautiful photo there, Dr. Tara. I love that. What an extraordinary creature, the shoebill. I could do a whole stream on these critters, and one of these days we will. But, for right now, we're going to continue on through these. I wonder if anybody's going to post any pictures of gulls, because I've got some gull stuff to talk about. So if anybody has any gull photos on their phone and you would like to post that real quick for Thursday Birds Day, that would give me a lovely excuse to talk about gulls. But yeah, I've got some gull stuff in the hopper. It's in the chamber. It's lined up. Yeah. And you'll have to check Know Your Meme. Well, shoot. Yeah. Know Your Meme, shoebill stork. They're not actually storks. Yeah. They're very memeable birds. They certainly are. They're among the most memeable of all dinosaurs, honestly. Yeah. Look at that. Look at this. It's like a living Muppet. Yeah. This person says the shoebill stork is a living Pokemon. Why, are all the other Pokemons dead? It's a sad thought. But yeah, I don't see it here. Yeah. I don't see the W thing. Anyway. Yeah. And there is a seagull. Patience, says Riza Dago. Thank you, Riza Dago. Excellent. Yeah. And you were too slow. Gulls can be, yeah, they're finicky. They're tricksy. They're tricksy birds. Yeah. Read that quote. Imagine it's like locking eyes with a velociraptor. I mean, it is. Yeah. The W, Know Your Meme. I'm not finding anything for that either. L and W? The W shoebill, maybe? Yeah, nothing. Yeah. Anyway, no worries. Yeah. And Alex Vixen, we might talk about that, actually. I know exactly what you're talking about, Alex Vixen. Yeah. Tommy Plodicus says gulls on the south coast of the UK are scary. Are they, though? That's actually exactly what we're going to be talking about. So I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. And Lilith Hobo says, why are parakeets so loud? What evolutionary purpose does that serve? Communication.
Dinosaur man.
Vigilanta.
Months of dismantling financial barriers to accessing STEM education. Hell yeah.
Thank you, Vigilanta, for those 3 months. Thank you for helping me dismantle those walls. Really appreciate that, Vigilanta. Thank you very much for your support. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Excellent. Yeah. Cool stuff. Thank you, Vigil. Now let's continue on down. Lenina says this is an old pic, but here is Lucy. Holy cow. The blue-fronted Amazon that my husband named himself after. She's a huge part of why I miss working with birds, and she is beautiful. Holy cow. Gorgeous blue-fronted parrot right here. Amazing. Very cool, Lenina. Very, very cool. This is my Thursday BIRDSDAY bird from a couple weeks ago, and, yeah, holy cow. Beautiful, beautiful bird. I can see why you would miss working with birds if this is who you were working with. She's gorgeous. Yeah. Holy moly, Lenina. Thank you for sharing. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. And Amelia Bedelia says, my husbands are so loud that they drown out my canary. It sounds like you got more than one, Amelia Bedelia. They tend to get loud if you put them together. Husbands. No, it messed up. It is messed up. I agree. I'm kidding, Amelia Bedelia. I couldn't resist. My husband's budgies are so loud. I was typing so fast. No, it reminds me of a joke from 30 Rock, actually. Kristen Schall's character, excuse me. Like her whole character, she's a weirdo. And she's like, oh yeah, I used to live in, a member of that cult up in upstate New York. She's like, oh, I had so many husbands. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. Can I find a clip of that? I just described the joke to you. It's not going to be funny after this, but, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be somewhere in this compilation here, but I'm not going to be able to find it in time, right? No. Yeah. No. That's okay. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Vigilantis says, we had a dinosaur, a budgie, when I was little. His name was Lyle. They're such cute critters. They really are. They really are. Yeah. Hey, Captain Paul. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Anyway, thank you again, Lenina, for posting a photo of Blue Front's namesake, a blue-fronted parrot. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Lucy is her name. Lucy in the sky with diamonds, or in the cage with a blue background there. Or no, out of the cage. She's out doing things. Good for her. Very cool. Meteor says, a cattle egret in a pied shag? Watching over the wetlands before the beach. Very cool. See, I like this a lot. Bird photographs from far away, I think, are some of my favorites, because it's like, well, shoot, it shows that you were outside paying attention and didn't have a zoom lens on you. These are just birds you happen across. These are classic Thursday BIRDSDAY photos. I love them. Very, very cool. A cattle egret. I remember seeing these in, where was I where I was seeing cattle egrets? They're endemic to Africa, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah. Tarquin says, there's always a pair of doves that nest in the awning on my family's patio each year. I don't know if it's the same ones, but I wouldn't be shocked if it is. They do, I think, have nest site fidelity. Yeah, those are probably mourning doves, Tarquin. Very nice. Oh, mourning doves are one of these birds where if you if you learn what their call sounds like, you can hear them just about anywhere. Yeah, mourning doves are these birds here. And let's listen. This one's all puffed up here. And it would help if I'd turn the sound on, huh? Yeah. That's not it. Wait till it makes some noise. It goes... Woo, 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 woo. What'd I tell you? One more time. You'll hear this noise in a bunch of different movies and TV shows and all kinds of stuff like that. It's a very distinctive bird call. That is a mourning dove. Yeah. This is kind of one of your quintessential suburban birds. You see them all over the place. They're not, you don't find them in the middle of the city so much, but you do see them a lot in the suburbs, and they do like to nest in environments like this, Tarquin. Very cool. Very cool indeed. And judging by that, what appears to be a palm in the background, yeah, it's probably a fairly warm environment. I don't know how far north you get them. I don't remember seeing these guys up in Montana when I lived there. I think Montana might be too cold for them. But here in California, we've got them all over the place in the Bay Area. And if you're down in Florida or a similar kind of environment with palms like that, they'll be everywhere too. Very cool, Tarquin. Very, very cool. Yeah. And they do sing at dusk. They do, as we hearken. They've got that mournful call. Kind of sad sounding. Yeah. And I got some pictures of the sandhill cranes. Oh, very cool. Bellman too. Well, shoot. There's the Discord there. And there's the little spiel for Thursday Birds Day. Oh, yeah. And you get them in Pennsylvania and in New York and in Northern Ohio and in Saskatchewan. Oh, shoot. I guess I'm wrong. I don't remember seeing these guys in Montana, but maybe I'm just misremembering or failing to remember. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Tarquin, for posting that. Classic mourning dove. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Very cool. And now Claire Burr says an LBB, that stands for Little Brown Bird. Yeah. And two circling birds. Reno wasn't sure if corvid or vulture from here. I love how the perspective looks like a movie shot where the camera zoomed in over the subject's shoulder to look at a distant action. Agreed. Let's have a look. Ooh. And holy cow. I'm gonna do a bit of a flex here. You ready, chat? This could be a house sparrow, could be a song sparrow, could be some, I don't know. I'm not sure who this is, but this, chat, that is a turkey vulture. Major flex. This bundle of blurry pixels here, this indistinct smudge of a bird, is a turkey vulture. And I'll show you why. It is the V-shaped green herring. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. So turkey vultures, when they are soaring, they hold their wings in a kind of a chevron shape like that. Turkey vultures can soar for miles and miles and miles, and they hold their wings at a slightly up angle. It's different from other birds of prey. Different from like an eagle or a hawk or something like that. A turkey vulture, yeah, they've got that distinctive kind of shallow V shape like that. So yeah, Very, very cool. Thank you, Claire, for posting that. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, yeah. Really neat. Yeah. Maybe we can find a video on how to identify a turkey vulture. Yeah. Let's find a short one. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Let's protect our fossils because...
And holy moly, Bellman 2.
Forever.
Thank you for subscribing there with that Prime, Bellman 2. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Almost 2 years.
Patrick Pirate, thank you for the 27 months. Bellman 2 and Patrick Pirate, thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you very much for that. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. We're at, 28 out of 40 here now, Lenina. Yes, indeed. That is, what was that? 14 20ths or 7/10ths? We're 7/10ths, 70% of the way there. Yeah. Yeah. Here, we've got a little video from Bird Mentor here on YouTube. Let's take a look.
Hi, this is Christy from birdmentor.com, and thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having us.
Weeks ago, I watched a turkey vulture turn into a bald eagle. I watched the entire process unfold in front of my eyes.
What?
Before I share the story with you, which is a story about details, I want to make sure. So, in case you didn't know, the key to distinguishing a turkey vulture from a bald eagle in flight is their flight pattern. So, a bald eagle typically flies with its arms outstretched and about as flat as a board.
Pretty straight,
Whereas the
yeah.
turkey vulture, they fly
Got that
in a
up angle.
dihedral, right? And they
Yeah.
as they fly.
Yep.
Does that look familiar?
Yeah.
Keep that in the back of your mind as you listen to my story. So, just a couple weeks ago, I was sitting on the bank of the river at about 7:30 in the morning. And right in front of me, eye level, this big black bird soars in with its wings in the dihedral and then lands in a farm field.
Huh.
Turkey vulture, right? Well, that's what I thought. But it was kind of strange because I'd never seen a turkey vulture fly low over the water before. But anyway, so then I watched it stand on the farm field for a little bit and then walk kind of boldly across this footbridge.
That's a bald eagle.
That also was kind of strange.
Yeah.
The way it was sort of boldly strutting across.
They've got a swagger to them.
And then
Yeah, which I may have witnessed just the other day. Hey, stay tuned for my Thursday BIRDSDAY Bird. But yeah, bald eagles have got a real swagger to them. They really do.
For a little while, and then it flew back toward me and then landed up in this giant cottonwood tree right across the river. And just as it was about to take hold of that branch, the sun lit up its entire body. And I noticed
So that white tail and the white head?
all of a sudden its head and its tail transformed and turned white. And its bill got huge.
There you go. She doesn't mean it literally transformed. It's just like from the angle that she sees it, it's like, whoa, looks like it changed. Oh, yeah. Hiptacular Raptor says, always tune in for Thursday BIRDSDAY. I'm so glad to hear that, Hiptacular Raptor. Yeah. What was that line? And even the word raptor means bird of prey. Yeah.
So somehow that turkey vulture had turned into a bald eagle, and just a couple minutes after that happened, another bald eagle joined that one up in the tree.
Very cool.
What's the deal? How did this happen? Well, just like any good magic trick, it all took place in the details. There were two moments that stood out as distinctly odd to me. The one of the turkey vulture flying, actually soaring low over the water, and the other was the way that it walked across the bridge. Now, because of the trick that the morning light can play on our eyes, color's not to be trusted that time of day. So
Yeah, not always, yeah.
is that the eagle was holding its wings in the dihedral to adjust for the wind temperature as well as the wind speed that time of day. Which is more likely that the eagle would actually have to adjust its wings in flight than we would see a turkey vulture flying low over the water.
Yeah.
So it's really important to pay attention to these details and these things that seem kind of odd or atypical when you're watching a bird, because usually that's the thing that tips you off that something's going on, and it might not.
She knows a lot more about bird watching than I do.
Thanks for
so I trust her on
joining
this.
today. It was wonderful having you.
Yeah, very cool.
Until next time, please get out there and help spread some bird love in the world.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. Spreading some bird love in the world on Thursday, Birdsday. Yeah. Good stuff. And I will show you my encounter with one of those birds in just a little bit. But very cool. Thank you for sharing, Claire Burr. This is it's good stuff. That, to me, just that angle, screams turkey vulture to me. You can't be 100% sure, but it certainly looks like a turkey vulture in this photo. A classic Thursday Birdsday photo. Snapped with a phone's camera. Very distant. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice, Claire Burr. Claire Burr and Reno. Let's see who else we got. Green Herring says, got another lifer duck last weekend. Holy cow. A red-breasted merganser. I chased this duck all the way around the tidal basin in Washington, D.C., fighting cherry blossom crowds the whole way. Already walking 5+ miles. Birding another spot, lol. So worth it to see them up close. What a beauty. Take a look at that. A red-breasted merganser. I don't think I've ever seen one of these before. Look at this gorgeous theropod, chat. Holy cow. What a beautiful bird. That's a gorgeous photo, too. You're putting us all to shame, Green Herring. Holy moly. Hachi-machi indeed, Lilith Obo. Yeah. Gorgeous. Just gorgeous. What a beautiful, beautiful theropod. My goodness. Yeah. It's a dinosaur. There you go, Helix Fossil. Yeah. And yeah, those eyes. Look how red they are. Yeah. Visine? No thanks. Gonna rock those red eyes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very, very cool, Green Herring. This is truly impressive. And a lifer for you. That's really exciting. Wow. I had something of a lifer this week. Regionally restricted. I'll tell you in a bit. But yeah. Yeah. Very cool. And Leninas is from Blue Front. I occasionally see this chicken out and about while on my way to or from work. You know, a neighborhood chicken. You know, just doing chicken things. Attending to chicken business. This chicken also on its way to work at the same time that you might be. You know, we respect a working day chicken, you know? Yeah. Very cool. Crossing the road, crossing the driveway, and looking, if not both ways, at least one way. And Lenina, and or Blue, being extraordinarily conscientious there, and blurring out those license plates. Very nice. Yeah. Blur the plates, Lenina. It's good stuff. Yeah, very thoughtful of you. I appreciate that. I really do. Very nice. Yeah. I wonder where that chicken works. You know? He's got a union gig? I hope so. And Nell says a rather large seagull. Yeah, look at that big old gull. Hoo, boy. Look at that big old gull. Holy cow. Yeah. This is lovely. I was hoping somebody would bring up gulls. Rizudega, do we have any more gulls, or is this our last gull? Rizudega was telling me that I should be patient for some gulls, because I was going to talk about some gulls today for Thursday Birds Day. Yeah. Looks like the gull in Disneyland, says Amelia Bedelia. Green Herring says great black-backed gull, maybe? Maybe, Green Herring. It does look pretty great. I don't know how black its back looks. It looks more in gray. But I'm being facetious, so... Yeah. And wait, we can zoom in further? Zoom in and enhance. I don't know. I'd say these pixels look pretty gray for the back, although that is pretty great. So great black-backed gull? Or just very good black-backed gull? I don't know. In Cardiff, though. Well, we've got range data, apparently. We've got a locality. Yeah. Very cool, Rizadego. Well, in Cardiff, this actually gets us into something I wanted to talk about today. Which is right here. Yeah. No, you're good, Rizadego. You're good. Oh. This is not something that we have here in the US, so I find this, or at least I don't think so. This is really, really amusing to me and kind of distressing at the same time. In the UK, your tabloids go after birds? Feathered scumbags at it again. 48% of Brits now victims of seagulls. Chips and ice creams are under threat. Feathered scumbags are at it again. In the Daily Star. Only 80p. Proud to love animals. I'm not so sure you are, actually. Yeah. So, Professor Adam Hart here, he's a biologist. Shoot, I should follow him. He says, Dear Daily Star, please just stop this. Yeah. And, I'm intrigued by the sheep facts, though. Which... Sheep essential facts you don't really need to know. Page 6. Man, page 6 is something different here in the US. But, yeah. And here, we've got Darren Naish, esteemed paleontologist, who had something to say about this, too. He's also the scientific consultant for the Prehistoric Planet series. Series 2 is Season 2. Season 2. That's what we say in America. Season 2 is coming out in May. But I really like this and I wanted to share it with you because I found it really amusing. He calls this Hacks versus Wildlife. The eternal vilification of gulls. Which apparently is stronger in the UK than it is here in the States. We'll talk about why. But yeah. So reading from his blog here, this is from Darren Naish. I'll give you the link because this is really amusing. Take a look. Yeah. Darren Naish says, every summer here in the UK, it's the same. Crazed killer seagull attacked my baby. Psycho seagull's reign of terror. Experts say puppies and kids could be next. It's almost as if hack journalists writing for crummy tabloids like The Mail, The Sun, and The Star have nothing smart to write about, and so they fall back on scaremongering and vilification of wildlife. Hack journalists are pretty good at this, stirring up waves of anti-gull feelings among a public that already dislikes any animal trying its darndest to survive and persist in a land dominated by humans and their intolerance of wild places and other species. It says, see Hacks versus Wildlife on Twitter for a constant stream of this sort of thing. So yeah. Seagull terror, lock up your babies. Expert warn giant birds will kill tots. That's... Oh, goodness. You know, in situations like this, it's like, if only, you know? If only human beings had more natural predators nowadays. Is it wrong to long for that kind of thing? Is it, chat? And Hacky for Life says geese are way more aggressive than gulls in my experience. In my experience too, Haggy for Life, yeah. In fact, there are certain places in the U.S., in these United States, where gulls are revered as, like, practically a holy sacred creatures. We'll talk about that in a minute, too. And swans, Mary Ann Sgrichia. Yes, indeed. Swans, too. Swans related to geese. They're both anseriform birds, members of the same clade. But yeah, swans, holy cow. Can they be aggressive? Anyway, welcome, Mary Ann, and welcome to Hacky for Life. I don't think I've seen either of you here before in chat. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Tommy Plodicus says, "Oi, keep away from my chips." Yes, indeed. Yeah. Seagull flew off with my cat. Student attacked by seagull, the Argus. Crazed seagulls, seagulls gash 2 killer seagulls. And now I recognize that we watched a video. I made a cold open video with the gulls from the birds, but that's because it's funny, because it's not how gulls actually act. Anyway, yeah. And Neilf knows what's up. We're gonna be talking about that, Neilf. We'll be talking about why the state bird of Utah. Why the state bird of Utah is the California gull. And yes, I will repeat that. The state bird of Utah is the California gull. We'll talk about why in a couple of minutes. But let's see what Darren Naish has to say about this. These are always great. Darren does such a good blog here. It's excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Vigilante says, "Are you aware that swans in the UK have royal protection? They all belong to the king because Britain." You should turn that around. Make the king property of the swans. It'd be amusing. Anyway. Yeah. Right now, the story of Gizmo the Chihuahua, apparently snatched by a gull in Paignton, Devon, is doing the rounds. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. Paignton? Probably like Paddington or something, given how these things are often pronounced. But Paignton? Gizmo is, or was, a very small dog, so the idea that she might have been grabbed by a big gull is not out of hand. I'm inclined to think that the event did happen, in which Gizmo's owners have my sympathy. Lesson for the future, don't leave tiny dogs unguarded outside in an area where there are big gulls. These are theropod dinosaurs, you know? If you've got a pet chihuahua, or a pet vole, or a pet mouse or shrew, maybe don't let it outside where there are marauding theropods. But who really knows what happened here? As others have pointed out, big white-headed gulls like the great black-backed Larus marinus, which may indeed be that same gull right here. Could be Larus marinus. Larus is the genus name for gulls like this. Larus marinus is a great black-backed gull.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo.
Don't you know, gulls are just illegals.
Wait, what? Eagles. Lilith Hobo, what? They're a very distinct group of birds. But yeah, I know you're making a joke, Lilith Hobo, and thank you for those 100 bits. Appreciate that. Let's look up gulls on our Tree of Life real quick, and we'll see how many species there are of them. Yeah. Let's look up first Larus. Is it Larus maritimus? Larus marinus? What was it? Yeah, the great black-backed gull, Larus marinus. Zoom in there. Yeah. And there you go. There's our gulls. Beautiful. Yeah, Larus marinus. That really does look like our bird here. Although, that's more of a pinkish bill. That looks more yellow there, and it doesn't have... I don't see that red streak on the denery. Like, although it could be obscured. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as the same kind of gull. But they also do... They hybridize in weird ways. They have got all kinds of individual variation. Gulls are notoriously difficult to identify. If you're the sort of birder who can go out and identify gulls down to the species level, do it consistently, that is like, you've got major respect from me. Holy cow. That's difficult to do. Gulls are a challenge. They really are. Yeah. Anyway, gulls, we've got a number of different species, and what is that number? See how diplomatic I was with that? There's a number of gulls. Maybe I could just do genus Larus? They're just gulls? Gulls. Holy cow, we're zooming out too... Wait, what? No. That's a totally different group of animals. Ah, where's it taking us? Where's it taking us? There's a kind of invertebrate that are also called gulls? What is this? It just keeps going. Holy cow. Is it a kind of lepidopteran? Like a butterfly? Or a moth? Where are you taking me? Gulls. That's not what I was looking for. Okay, they're a kind of butterfly. Okay. Don't be scared, Lilith Hobo. It's gonna be alright. Yeah. Let's just search Laridae. I know that'll get us there. Laridae, which are gulls and terns, right? Yeah. Alright. It's gonna take us a minute, but we'll get there. There are 50 species of gulls in the world, says Alex Vixen. 50 living species? I'm sure that's probably up for debate, actually. I bet you there's some controversy over which gulls are actually members of the same species. Should these species be subdivided? Are these subspecies, or are they legit species? There's probably some controversy there. I'm curious to see what this has to say about the number of living gull species. And there we go. Gulls and terns. Laridae. I just saw a least tern the other day. That was pretty special. There's terns and noddies. What is a noddy? What? I don't even know what that is. Anyway, let's look at gulls. And this is saying that there are 55 species of gulls. You're going to get different figures from different sources. Oh, this is also including skimmers. Okay. 3 species of skimmers, which would make 52 species of gulls. Yeah, skimmers are weird birds. Holy cow. They've got this big, ridiculous lower jaw. Yeah, their lower jaw is like longer and thicker than their upper jaw. They're really neat. We'll talk about them extensively another time, but they skim with their beaks like that. That's why they got that big Jay Leno chin. They stick it down into the water as they're flying. And yeah. Anyway. Very cool. But yeah, anyway, we got lots of gulls. Let's get back to our article. Shoot. Great black-backed gulls, Larus marinus, can swallow the prey the size of juvenile rabbits, and a big gull can likely fly while carrying an object about similar in size to a small chihuahua. And we've got a reference there too. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. MP demands seagulls are fed contraceptives after pet chihuahua snatched. Yeah. As cynical as it may sound, though, this strikes me as an example of bad pet management more than a case of out-of-control wildlife. I have a pet lizard and guinea pig who are often taken outside in an area where there are gulls and corvids of several species, and I simply wouldn't leave them alone and unguarded. What about those parts of the world where such things as coyotes, bobcats, eagles, and other opportunistic predators? Who is to blame when, say, a pet cat is taken by a coyote? Is it really because the coyote is in the wrong place? And that's actually a great question. I've seen coyotes running down Ocean Avenue in San Francisco. You know, right there in Ingleside, major thoroughfare in San Francisco. I can show you. I've got the photos to prove it. Animals like this are just trying to live and survive in, you know, a place overrun by people. They're doing their best to just be able to get by. There we go. That is a coyote right here in the San Francisco Bay Area in San Francisco. That's not a dog. That's a coyote. And yep, there it is, just in the middle of Ocean Avenue. There's a streetcar that runs along here, and that's why you've got these rails in the middle of the street. That is a coyote. And they're not an invasive species, Nader Fiend. Coyotes are native to coastal California. They're not invasive in the least. They were here first. And some of them managed to be able to make a living even in the middle of San Francisco. And you were just kidding. Okay, Nader Fiend, good. I'm glad. Sorry. But yeah. And Vigilante says, that's why I have an indoor cat. Safer for the cat, safer for local wildlife. Yeah, shoot. If I had a cat, I would never let that cat outside where I live. Because not only are there coyotes running around, but there's people driving way too fast. Cat's gonna get hit by a car, or it's gonna get... I don't know, I don't trust the people around me to be kind to a cat if they encounter that cat outside. Keep your cats indoors, people. Seriously, keep your cats indoors, where they can't kill birds, and where they can't get killed by cars, or coyotes, or people who frankly shouldn't be let outside sometimes. You know? So yeah. And Alex Vixen, holy cow, Alex Vixen says, I have an indoors cat. He's turning 20. A 20-year-old cat. That is extraordinary. Alex Vixen, kudos to you for keeping that cat healthy and safe for 20 years. Holy moly. Outdoor cats, I think I can say safely never make it to age 20. Never. So yeah, that's pretty extraordinary. Holy moly. If you really love your cats, if you want them to live to, you know, a ripe old age, if you want them to get the most out of their lives, keep them inside. Holy cow. Yeah, shoot, the number of diseases the cats also get when they go outside too. Oh boy. The other day, Lordy was telling me about her cat Minnie Pie, who was a stray, and Ios and Lordy adopted Minnie Pie. They brought her in, and she had worms when they brought her in. And Lordy was telling me you know how cats do that thing where they lift up their tail? You can see their butthole there. It's like, why are you doing that, cat? Well, in this case, Minnie Pie was doing that, and there was a worm that was coming out. That's what happens when cats go outside, you know?
Of dinosaurs, the
yeah.
Prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence for the
Jurassic Punks, thank you for the follow. It sounds like you are in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Welcome. Yeah. And Mayor Space has seen that before, yeah. Holy cow, yeah. Keep your cats inside. You have the wherewithal. If you could be a responsible cat owner, please do. Anyway,
If you're
for anybody just tuning in,
try blaming the dinosaurs.
They could end up in a catatonic state, or worst, in the catacombs in the sky. It's C8 open sequel A Pong SLAP.
there you go, Lilith Hobo. Yes, indeed, some cat puns.
They could end up in a catatonic state, or worst, in the catacombs in the sky.
That's weird. Same alert twice, but that's okay. Thank you, Lilith Hobo, for those 100 bits. Thanks for keeping me here online with that support. If anybody's just tuning in, happy Thursday, Birds Day to you, and welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western U.S. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about dinosaurs usually 5 days a week. Today we skipped Wednesday because I was working on some science, but anyway. But it's Thursday, Birds Day today. We're talking about living dinosaurs. Like these gulls. So gulls are... They really get a bad rap. They really, really do. Yeah. So Darren Naish, paleontologist, writing about gulls, says, are gulls big, formidable, and potentially dangerous to small animals and even people? Yes, of course they are. That's one of the things that makes them so cool. They're predatory and opportunistic and often territorial and liable to be aggressive when guarding their nests and chicks. But the idea, promoted continually by hack journalists, that there's some kind of gull plague that we should rid ourselves of is just wrong and bad. Gulls absolutely deserve our respect, if not our admiration. First off, gulls are in decline. First of all, let's look at the idea that these birds are super abundant, as hack journalists and gull haters would like you to think. As has now been pointed out many times, here on this blog and elsewhere, the species concerned are not just in decline, they've declined so much within recent decades that there's now cause for conservation concern. In the UK, the herring gull, L. argentavis, that's Larus argentatus, genus and species, the one that hacks and haters mostly focus on, is a red list species, its population now being at its lowest since recording began in 1969 and 1970, having declined by about 50% since the early 1990s. Oh boy, the next most familiar species, the lesser black-backed gull, Larus fuscus, has undergone a worrying population crash during this century. Similar trends are present in white-headed gulls elsewhere. The North American herring, Smithsonian gull, L. smithsonianus, has declined by almost 80% since the 1960s. These guys are not doing so well. You know? No wonder they're trying to get food as best they can. In view of this, it seems wrong to call for these birds to be sterilized, as some politicians have apparently seriously suggested, or for them to be lethally controlled or extirpated entirely. I may well be speaking from a position of privilege. I am undoubtedly, in fact, undoubtedly am, given in fact that I live in a land where there are no big dangerous animals at all. Aside from humans. I don't know, there's some big dangerous humans in the UK for sure. But I want to live in a world where we're alongside other species and not hell-bent on crushing them under heel into extinction. Urban gulls are an occasional menace for sure, but these aren't animals that we should vilify or try to expunge. They need help. We should promote tolerance, not destruction. Agreed. Yeah. Should add that urban gulls are important ecosystem service providers. They eat waste, carrion, and undesirable material. I won't start listing it, but okay. That includes vomit and dog's cat. Ugh. Left in the built environment by human action. They're also important seed dispersers, playing this role in areas where other fruit-eating birds, yes, gulls eat fruit, are rare or absent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Gulls absolutely deserve our respect, and I would argue our admiration too. Here's a link to that article. But there is one lovely magical place here in the US where gulls are not just tolerated, they are revered. Revered to the point where there are golden statues of them They are seen as almost divine beings. And that place, ladies and gentlemen, is Utah. I've spent a lot of time in Utah. I will be spending some more time there this summer when I go out digging for dinosaurs again. But these are gold gull statues in Salt Lake City, Utah. Yeah, the Seagull Monument in Temple Square, Salt Lake City. You know, one of the holiest places in all of LDS stuff, right? Yeah. When I was visiting Salt Lake City... No, this is not what I was searching for, Google. What? No, not bulls. Miracle of the Gulls statue. There we go. Yeah. When I was visiting Salt Lake City back in 2011, stopped by this park up here, and there is a statue of a woman praying and a man exulting, and there are gulls flying. What is this? Well, let me show you. The California gull. The California gull is the state bird of Utah. And here we go. Here's a dramatic reenactment of like a popular legend in Utah all about this that kind of explains this. So have a look. So Mormon settlers are beset by a plague of locusts. They're gonna starve. The locusts are eating all their crops. They're not actually locusts. They're crickets. Sorry, crickets. And can I... Let's see. Is there a... No, that's it. That's it. It's right there. Yeah.
And now, Death Valley Days.
Yeah. Here we go. Sorry, that's the best quality we can find anywhere. So these Mormon settlers they're settling in the Salt Lake Valley. There's a population boom of black crickets that are eating their crops, as the story goes. And they, well, you'll see what happens. Yeah. Seagulls do still live in the Great Salt Lake, Pfizer. Yeah. They're a natural part of that environment, for sure. Yeah.
It's no use. For everyone we kill, two more come to bury.
That's such a lovely... This makes me so happy as a dinosaur person. It really does.
Who brought us to this promised land?
I love the acting in this. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Like, how smarmy this guy is. Listen.
God of yours now, who brought us to this promised land.
You mustn't lose faith, Jim.
I never had it. How right I was. A lot of good your preaching and praying and singing has done you. It's the only thing left for us now.
Oh, no.
Sisters and brethren, let us all unite in prayer. Is he crazy stopping to pray at a time like this? Old fool. Almighty God, look down upon these thy children, we beseech thee.
Hear our prayer.
We have worked hard and endured much.
Yeah, the closed captioning is
to
something.
build a kingdom here, where we could worship thee according to our
Don't talk about Abraham Lincoln like that. He does look like old Abe, doesn't he, Mayor Space? Yeah.
You look so tired, so worn.
Pray, Jim, pray.
He has such a quick character arc. It's really funny. He's coming on to her, and he's like, "Oh, you look so tired. Why don't we go over there?" You know?
Judith, you look so tired, so worn.
Pray, Jim, pray. Rid us of these varmints, Lord.
Even as thou didst rid the land of Egypt of its plague of locusts in the days of Moses.
Save this land. Don't let these people starve.
He's had a little bit of a change of heart here.
Myself, but for her, oh Lord. Amen.
We ask it in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, Abe.
Amen.
This says the Laris. Laris californianus, I think. California gull. Yeah.
Seagulls. They can't be. Here in the middle of the desert?
Which is really funny because seagulls, I mean, they're not seagulls, they're gulls. That's actually a thing, is that like if you call gulls seagulls around birders, they might get a little mad at you because they're not seagulls. Gulls can live hundreds, thousands of miles inland from the ocean. You know, you don't call them seagulls. Anyway, there's a big population of gulls that does indeed live in the Salt Lake Valley. And they live around the Great Salt Lake. They've lived there for thousands of years. And there we go.
They're coming down.
Landfills, too. There you go, Lilith Hobo, yeah. Indiana, there you go, Jody Fish, yep.
They're after the crickets. They're devouring them. They're eating them. They're eating them.
It's a miracle.
Yes, straight from heaven.
The really funny thing about this is that, oh, look, she's making eyes at him now. Wow.
Thank you.
Oh, she's like, ooh. He's all pious now. My goodness. One more time.
Thank you.
Ah, the miracle of the gulls. It's such a lovely story. It really is. Unfortunately, it's not, strictly speaking, true. The early accounts of the Mormon settlers don't actually mention any gulls at all. There was a big population boom of crickets at the time that really gave them trouble, but yeah, they don't really mention gulls. This is like something that was kind of made up later. Anyway, don't take my word for it. You can look it up if you want to find original sources on this. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, she's all gull. There you go, Lilith Hobo, yeah. And there you go, Ali J. I appreciate you showing some restraint there. And what was that movie? It was called Death Valley Days, Season 4, Episode 5, Miracle of the Sea Gulls. There's a link. This is one of those, like, newsreels kind of deals from, what, the 50s? Yeah. There you go. Yeah. As told by the old ranger. I just searched Miracle of the Gulls and this came up. Oh, what's he gonna say here? Shoot. Here, let's listen.
Howdy, folks. I'm the old ranger.
Hi, old ranger.
I have another interesting true story for you about...
Your tie's a little short there, but maybe that's the style at the time, you know? Like how I had an onion tied on my belt.
The historic Death Valley country. What happens when a sinner and a real smart one joins up with a band of saints?
Huh.
Saints with a capital S.
Ah.
That's the situation in the story.
What happens when the saints go marching in?
Story I call Miracle of the Seagull.
There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. 19 dickety 2. Because the Kaiser had stolen our word for 20 roses and tea. Yes, indeed. All these Simpsons references. Anyway, gulls. Remarkable birds. They don't get nearly enough respect. But you know, our official stance here on paleontologizing is that seagulls deserve a great big paleontologizing salute for just being cool birds, you know? It's a wrap-up song. We don't want this yet. There's something more upbeat. There we go. That's good. Yeah, we're not ready to wrap up yet. Yeah. And Death Valley Days, a common MST3K reference. Was it really, Bette Midler? I'm not. I need to watch some more MST3K. Yeah. And they're swell gliders. Well, agreed. Gulls. Good at gliding. And, yeah. Here, let's take a look. Oh. Wrong hotkey. Salt Lake City. Gull monuments and statues. I remember the first time I visited Salt Lake City, I was kind of astonished how many different references to gulls there were. How many, like, golden calves there were, but in the form of gulls. It was, there's a seagull monument there on Wikipedia. It's a small monument situated in front of the Salt Lake Assembly Hall on Temple Square in SLC in Utah. And, yep. And those are bronze, not gold. Sorry, my apologies. But, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. The Miracle of the Gulls. There's a Wikipedia article about it. Beautiful. Of course there is. Yeah. An 1848 event often credited by Latter-day Saints, Mormons, for saving the Mormon pioneers' second harvest in the Salt Lake Valley. While absent in contemporary accounts, this is pretty funny. You'd think that if there were a miraculous descent of gulls upon, you know, upon the land at the time, they would have written about it then. Yeah. Later accounts claimed seagulls miraculously saved the 1848 crops by eating thousands of insects that were devouring their fields. So yeah. It's a lovely story. I really love it. And it to me, this kind of solidifies Utah's place as the dinosaur capital of the U.S. And I got it right. Yeah, well, mostly right. Larus californicus. I said Californianus, didn't I? Californicus. The California gull is the state bird of Utah. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, Utah has got more species of dinosaur than I think any other state. I'm actually working on a project about this, and I'll let you know when it's done, obviously. But, yeah. Dinosaurs are woven into the prehistory and the history of Utah in a way that I'm not sure is true of any other state. And this is just part of that. Gulls, of course, being birds, being dinosaurs, kind of helps cement that. So, yeah. Very nice, Nell. I love your gull there. Beautiful. Shall we move on? We've got... Oh, shoot. We've got so many more. Let's continue. Kirsten Games. We've got some pterosaurs there. Kirsten, those aren't birds. Those are pterosaurs. That's from Prehistoric Planet. I recognize this. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Kennedy. But Socrates says, I loathe gulls and everything they stand for. Socrates. Socrates, you are far more logical than that. Shoot. Here. Partake of this article. Yeah. I once saw a gull steal an $18 churro from a tourist at Fisherman's Wharf. And I had a wonderful laugh about that. They're tricksy birds, you know? But yeah. Anyway, read that article there, Socrates. Such disdain is beneath you. Gulls are remarkable birds, and well, shoot, you know, let's watch another video on gulls. Gulls steal, maybe. Yeah, ooh. Oh, this is fantastic.
Incredible shoplifting.
Ah, the incredible shoplifting gull. Let's turn the volume up and let's listen in.
Story of the day, the incredible shoplifting, crisp munching seagull from Aberdeen. Stephen.
Crisp munching. Yeah, that's smooth. Oh yeah. You boogie on out of there, gull. Act casual.
And guile, you can imagine the Birdman of Aberdeen's pilfered more than 20 bags in the last few weeks. Always tangy cheese Doritos.
Oh my goodness. Something about the accent there just makes this. Oh my goodness. Always tangy cheese Doritos. What is that accent? What is it's not a Yorkshire accent. What is that?
Few weeks, always tangy cheese Doritos.
Doritos.
It's normally the cheese one that's stuck right next to the window. I think it's just the orange packet. It seems like the colour just goes for it, and it's every day it's the same packet.
Do you think it's the same one, or is it a gang maybe?
I think it's the same one. I seem to recognise it every time. It gives you the look every time when it's coming in.
Gives you the look. Yeah.
Time to confront.
Excuse me.
Time to confront.
Do you have anything to say?
Wait. They're confronting the gull? Oh, and that is a Scottish accent. I think you're right, Jody Fish. I think it is. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Oh, how charming is this? Holy cow. What a privilege. This is wonderful. I love this.
Time to confront.
Excuse me. Do you have anything to say? You're now being exposed for your life of crime.
He's got an accomplice there. Looks like a rock dove, aka, you know, nom de plume, pigeon right there. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is lovely. Have I never seen this before? This is wonderful. I kind of do this, Lilith Elbow. Good stuff.
Time to confront.
Excuse me. Do you have anything to say? You're now being exposed for your life of crime. Do you have anything to say?
Stephen Duff reporting Scotland, Aberdeen.
There you go, Aberdeen, yeah.
Let's get all the crisps at least. Now, Scotland's weather of the afternoon will see.
It's so good. Here, I'll give you a link to that. That is extraordinary. Life of crime. Life of crime. There you go, Lilith. I need to make some alerts or something out of this. I'm gonna save this right here. Thumbs up it. Let's put that in our notes right here. Bow. There you go. Oh, that was extraordinary. I loved that. Anyway, gulls are... Not only do they steal edible things, but also quite inedible things. As you'll see right here, gulls to me are remarkable because they have truly godlike powers. They can take a game like golf and make it interesting to watch. Have a look.
Gary Koch, I think, well, we have a new hazard at 17. Look at this. I believe that's the ball of Steve Lowry, and this seagull is, he wants to take it home for a souvenir. Lowry and Cooley and Fable just laughing. Well, I think Lowry's indicating to the bird he ought to move.
Oh my goodness, I love gulls so much.
It's amazing.
Just their mischief and their
Close to the hole.
extraordinary.
Well, obviously, Steve Lowry will be forced to move the ball back as near as possible to its location, since closest to the hole or closest to the nest.
Clearly the gull thinks it's an egg. And is like, this looks like it's good to eat.
He's moved it all around the green. Now he whoop. Yep, we've got it.
Oh yeah! You take it! You take it! Plink! There we go. Get wrecked, golfers. Go home. Go watch some birds. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah.
Anything can happen at 17.
That's a mulligan there.
And there's the culprit right there. Let's see if we can culprit's headed over to 8.
Good for you, you beautiful theropod.
Don Pooley discussing the situation with John Brett.
Achieving the impossible, you know?
John's explanation.
Taking the most boring game known to man. The most one of mankind's most boring creations. And giving it just a little spark of magic. Just making it a little bit interesting there, you know? Holy cow, gulls. Beautiful, beautiful animals. Yeah. Patrick Pirate, how are you doing? It is great to see you back. How are you, Patch? How is work in the lab going? I hope things are good. Great to see you, Patrick Pirate. Welcome back. Yeah. And coyotes and foxes have stolen golf balls also, and lizards too, Pfizer. I could do a whole stream about different ways that animals have tried to make golf interesting. But shoot, it's Thursday BIRDSDAY today. Let's continue with our Thursday BIRDSDAY Thursday Birds. So yeah. A big project coming your way? Glad to hear it, Patrick Pirate. I hope you're ready for it, and I hope they pay you well for it. Shoot. Brit has got a beautiful blue jay for us there. Take a look at this from Creatrix Brit. Look at that. Gorgeous. This beautiful blue jay. Ah. Gorgeous. Blue jay butt for Thursday BIRDSDAY. There's that little butt right there of a beautiful blue jay. Very nice, Britt. Very, very nice. Thanks for sharing with us. I like that a lot. Yeah. This guy in my hood. The beautiful jay. Yeah. I don't have blue jays where I live, so every time I see one of those, it's like, whoa! Very cool. And an anhinga. Neil, if you saw an anhinga? Holy cow. Anhingas are really, really neat. Yeah, shoot, I'm tempted to find some anhinga videos, but Neil, wow, that's awesome. Here, let me show you a full body shot of an anhinga. Yeah. They look a lot like cormorants. I think they might be closely related. I think you can find them down in, like, Florida. They're beautiful birds. That's really nice, Neil. Well done. Yeah, they sit low in the water. Are they more dense than cormorants are, Risadego? Nice. And hey, Wanagi Ska, how are you doing? Welcome back to Thursday BIRDSDAY, Wanagi Ska. Birds indeed. Yeah. And Ali J says, excuse the noise in the video. That is my PC fan, because I was gaming, but filmed these little guys from my office. Ooh. But if you turn the volume up for the first video, you can hear that little lady singing. Well, we will turn that volume up. A superb fairy wren. She looks superb indeed. Malurus cyaneus. Usually seen in groups, one male, several females, a harem. Females may be courted by up to 13 males in 30 minutes. Holy cow, they got their hands or their wings full. The second video has both juvenile male and females. Let's take a look. Let's turn that volume up. Look at that. A superb fairy wren. Looking very much like a wren right there. Look at those long legs. Look at that upright tail. Looking very much like a wren. Very cool, Allie J. Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing. Second video has both males and females. Let's have ourselves a look. And look at them! Look at how they hop! Oh, that is so cool. What a privilege to be able to see these critters. That is so neat. Allie J, really, really cool. One more time, one more time. Look at those hops. Man, they've got a serious vertical there. I don't think they're even extending their wings. They're just jumping. Truly impressive. Very, very cool. Thank you, Allie J, for sharing. And there's a male right there. And look at his striking plumage. Truly beautiful. Most male birds tend to be more brightly colored than the females. In almost all cases, I think tinamous might be kind of an exception there. But yeah, very, very cool. Yeah. It's magic when they're in my yard. Very cool, Allie J. Very, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Holy moly. Beautiful. Papier Cuts has got a pair of dark-eyed juncos. I love this. Classic Thursday Birds Day post here. And I'll take your word for it. That might be a female. The male tends to be more striking. Yeah, that looks like a male. Dark-eyed junco. There you go. We get these where I live too. Very nice. Papier Cuts. Very nice indeed. I love it. Thank you for helpfully circling them. This photograph shows how beautifully evolved the camouflage is in these birds. It's like when I would take a group of students to the California Academy of Sciences or to the zoo or something, and we'd be in the reptile house and we'd be looking for, you know, a snake or a lizard or a turtle. And they're like, well, shoot. They're looking through the terrarium and they say, I can't see it. And I'm like, well, that shows you how beautifully evolved their camouflage is. So appreciate that. Here we've got the same thing with a different kind of reptile with birds. Papier Cuts, beautiful. I love it. I love it. And he looks painted. He kind of does, doesn't he? Dark-eyed juncos they've got a near and dear place in my heart. Or they are near and dear to my heart. Anyway, they're very cool critters, and I would see them all the time in the San Francisco Presidio. And also when I go and visit Ios and Lordy, they have dark-eyed juncos near where they live. I don't have them in my neighborhood, but where they live, they've got them there. And that's really cool to see. They've got all kinds of cool birds. Cedar waxwings, and they've got goldfinches, and passerine birds are hard to come by where I live. But I get a lot of water birds and hummingbirds. So yeah. Bette Medler says, forgive me for 2 contributions this week. White mystery birds in Pastrum's Roman Forum and a pair of hungry theropods in Sorrento. Bette Medler vacationing in Italy there. And take a look at that. Let's zero in on this theropod dinosaur. There we go. Look at that bundle of white pixels there. Very nice. White mystery birds, that's gotta be some kind of heron or egret right there. I would guess snowy egret, but I don't know if they have those in Italy. But then here... we've got some more pigeons. African rock doves. Feral rock doves. Beautiful. Very nice. Look at those hungry theropods. Very, very nice, Bette Midler. Somebody was feeding them, it looks like. Yeah, they're all concentrated right there. Beautiful stuff. And is this the ocean right here? Or is this a lake? I don't know. By how smooth the stones are here, I would guess there's some wave action coming over here. Probably tidal. It's probably the seashore, isn't it? Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Bette Midler, for posting. Appreciate you. Yeah. Maybe, oh, they could be cattle egrets. Yeah, they are old world herodiformes. They probably are cattle egrets. You're probably right, Bette Midler, yeah. Yeah. And Bay of Naples, there you go. See? Yeah. Yeah. Kirsten Games, a second one from Kirsten Games. A pileated woodpecker from this morning. Very cool. Have a look at that. Very nice. Look at that pileated woodpecker. Yeah. And Rizu Daegu. Yeah, some birds are elusive. But yeah. You know, their privacy, that's fair. But pileated woodpecker, very nice. Very nice. They're very cool, Bette Midler, yeah. Aren't these the ones that often get mistaken for ivory-billed woodpeckers? Down in the American South? I think they are. Because they also get pretty big. Not as big as an ivory-billed, but... yeah, because so much false hope among birders. And I kind of love them for that. Gives them an air of mischief. Green Herring says, yep. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah. I kind of love that about them. And Rizu says, a red-breasted nuthatch. This is a gorgeous photo. Holy cow. Look at that. Look at how big this is. It's a little bird. But, man, look at those theropod claws. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look at how curved they are. Ugh. You count your lucky stars that theropod dinosaurs today tend to be pretty small. And these claws don't belong to an animal that's 30 feet long and looking to eat your innards. You know? Yeah. That's pretty ferocious claws indeed, Birds of Dead On. Yes, indeed. How beautiful is this? Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, this makes me so happy. This is what Thursday Birds Day is all about, you know? Enjoying the birds that live near us, calling attention to them, and appreciating their dinosaurian qualities, having evolved from dinosaurs. Pretty excellent. Oh, I love this. Very nicely done, Rizu Daegu. Very nicely done. Ah. Yeah. And Rizu says, my nemesis for the Anhinga. Yeah, yeah. Why, did they go behind trees? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. And Murph says, great white pelicans hanging out with some type of cormorant. Very cool. The cormorant was less than pleased. A zoo pic. I have a story. I have a story about great white pelicans. One of the largest birds in North America. Let me pull that out. From Jack Horner's book, Dinosaur Lives. Hopefully I can find this in time. Yeah. Is it... I've got a beautiful ginkgo leaf that I pressed in this book. I don't remember when that was, but I guess good on me for doing so. I wonder if it's in the index. Oh boy, there's no index in this book. Where's the part about... Pelicans. Because pelicans actually have a special place in Museum of the Rockies lore, the museum that I used to work at. Varmint, holy cow, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you for the 28 months of support, Varmint. That is an incredibly long time. That's like, it's almost a year, isn't it? Thank you, Varmint. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. Here, was it in here or was it in a different... I think it was in this book. Willow Creek Anticline. Mother's Day Sauropod site. But there's a really fun story about pelicans. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I want to say it was earlier on. Yeah. There we go. The chapter is called Through the Eyes of a Pelican. There it is. We found it. So, yeah. So Jack Horner, my old boss, back at Museum of the Rockies, is the guy who ran the paleontology department at the Museum of the Rockies. There we go. Here's Jack on Twitter. He says, 40 years ago, Bob Macula and I dug up a nest of baby hadrosaurian dinosaurs, originally found by Marion Branvold. This would turn out to be Maiasaura. Bob and I referred them to a new genus and species of hadrosaur we christened Maiasaura. Maiasaura peoplesorum. I arrived at the site today to mark its 40th anniversary. And this is on June 30th, 2018. There's Bob Macula and Jack Horner. So Bob Macula was from Rudyard, Montana. He was a high school science teacher. He's the guy who first actually found fossils at near the Reddings farm at Kennedy Coulee in Montana. You know, if we go to yeah. Here we go.
Powered by the Montana Television Network.
Yeah, we've seen this video before.
Continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their private land north of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past 35 years. One section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
Yeah.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2
Rudyard,
miles
Montana.
south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
Yeah. Anyway, I showed this the other day, but Bob Macula plays a role in this.
Paleontologists Liz and Denver were taking students on a field trip in the Coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be, but we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Yeah.
The bottom of it down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens out.
That's the tibia right there.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years,
There you go, Tommy
that I've been
Plotticus.
digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
Yep.
Local high school science teacher
So this is me right here. But the guy they're talking about, a local high school science teacher, that is Bob Macula, whom they're talking, who the reporter is talking about. So here.
Because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
Yep.
Do it for these students. And
Big
the
salute to
honor
them.
we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be bringing the
Yep.
skeleton back to Dickinson Museum Center within the week.
Yeah, anyway. But the high school science teacher that they mentioned is this guy right here, Bob Makela, who was Jack Horner's kind of right-hand man in the field. They were a dynamic duo doing fieldwork, digging dinosaurs. Yeah, there's Bob Makela right there. Not Bob Harmon, who just passed away recently. Bob Makela actually passed away a long time ago. And let me tell you that story. It has something to do with pelicans, too. Yeah, he did die in the field, Neverwinter Fool, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, they'd found a Pachycephalosaur fossil. Yeah. And in this book, Dinosaur Lives, Jack says Pachycephalosaurus fossils are extremely rare. I've been lucky to be able to work on a few in the field, especially like in 2012. Denver Fowler found a big dome from a Pachy. It was pretty cool. Anyway, indeed, the dinosaur is only known from one complete skull found in Montana in 1940, and only a few dome fragments. Bob, understandably excited by this discovery, and as always eager to share his enthusiasm with others, decided to drive down to Two Medicine River Camp to show the crew there the unusual specimen. I was back in Bozeman at the time. Long after midnight, the phone rang. It was Gail McCrimmon, a volunteer from Alberta. Something's happened to Bob, she said, her voice oddly hollow, faltering. I held my breath. Gail explained that on the return trip to Landslide Butte earlier that evening, Bob had stopped in Cut Bank to get gas, water, and supplies, and then continued northward. At about 10 p.m., and evidently having fallen asleep, Bob veered off the highway along a gradual turn just outside town. His truck rolled several times, and the gas tank burst into flames. There was nothing anyone could do to help. A local rancher drove out to Landslide Butte Camp to tell the crew and to ask them to come into town to identify the body. Bob, my closest friend of more than 20 years, was gone. In a lightning-like instant, he had left us. As Bob requested, we marked his death by celebrating his life, his and ours. On July 1st, we held a wake for him at his house in Rudyard, the small town 100 miles east of Cut Bank, where he had taught high school science since graduating from the University of Montana. But it wasn't easy steering clear of the somber stuff that he'd always considered a wasteful distraction. Besides inspiring a great deal of respect and affection, Bob had been one of the engines that made our summer expeditions go. He had been an ever-present, perpetually confident, and confidence-boosting force. With his passing, we were in danger of losing momentum, losing the will to continue the season. Those of us who had worked with Bob longest, however, knew that nothing would have disappointed him more than that. We knew that we would best honor his memory by doing what he most liked to do, collecting more dinosaur fossils. In the face of hard times, Bob usually resorted to hard work, so that was our approach as well. Yeah. And shoot, I missed part of this earlier. But, yeah, where was it? I think it was in the previous chapter. Bob talked about pelicans. And I'm trying to find that right here. It's been a long time since I've read this book. Here we go. Yeah. So Jack writes, over the years, we'd encountered so many herons and pelicans in the vicinity of our excavations that we had come to expect to see them on a pretty regular basis. If we didn't, if what seemed like an unusually long time passed without having spotted at least one heron or pelican, especially if our fieldwork wasn't yielding much in the way of interesting fossils. Bob Macula might joke, "We should have known better, Jack. We should have known." He was especially fond of the pelican. One evening in the 1986 season, I can't recall exactly when or even how the subject came up, he said that if he ever died, sooner rather than later, that his spirit would always remain close by, watching on through the eyes of a big white pelican. "And if I do die," Bob added emphatically, "then give me a wake. None of that somber stuff." So going back to when that actually happened, when he did die, before his time in the field. Yeah. Let's see. We'd resumed exploring and collecting along the Two Medicine River, always on the lookout for more great blue herons, and especially pelicans. Imagining that Bob was someone nearby, standing watch over the digs and made our newly diminished world easier to bear. That's pretty beautiful, if you ask me. Bob Harmon may not have realized it at the time. Bob Macula. Sorry, I'm kidding. Two different Bobs. Bob Harmon died recently. I'm thinking about him right now. I never met Bob Macula, but Jack Horner's other right-hand man in the field, Bob Harmon. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah. Well, you know how it goes. Yeah. Sorry, was not expecting this. Beautiful white pelicans there, Murph. And, we get the same, I think the same species. Is it the American white pelican? What are they called? Let's see. I think we can find a clip of that in here. There we go. Here is Jack Horner himself.
These animals has led to some interesting insights.
Yeah.
Horner has evidence which shows that the dinosaurs used the same nesting sites year after year.
Oh, and those are from Africa. Oh, interesting, Murph. Okay.
Surprisingly social animal, a reptile that lived and traveled in organized groups.
Here's our North American, American white pelican.
These dinosaurs would actually.
And Stacy, thank you. How are you doing?
Sediment. And
welcome, Stacy FM.
We can tell that there was at least a bowl-shaped depression that they were in, but we can't tell whether there was a mound.
The eggs just hatched in from the sun, and
we think they may have covered the eggs with vegetation, so that the rotting of the vegetation would have provided the heat for incubation.
Yeah.
And then apparently the babies would just sort of pop the top off the egg after the vegetation was removed, and they climb out.
Horner believes that hatchlings stayed in groups within the colony.
This is duck-billed dinosaurs like Maiasaura.
They've been protected by the parent animal.
And hang on a minute, Various Hens has got a quick theropod question. Oh. Dickinson, Texas. Shoot, Various Hens. I saw the word Dickinson and I thought you meant Dickinson, North Dakota, which holds one of the world's great dinosaur museums. Like, maybe the fastest expanding dinosaur museum in the world is in Dickinson, North Dakota. But Various Hens says, our city in Dickinson, Texas is built around a bayou that weaves through it. Is this any correlation to the epic amount of vultures that we have in our city? They are noticeably abundant here. I bet you it does have something to do with that, Various Hens. If it's not a nesting ground for them, it might be a source of food for them. So, vultures are, for the most part, scavengers. And they'll eat all kinds of different dead animals that wash up. Well, dead animals that die out on the plains or that wash up in a bayou. And they'll also, I've seen vultures eat live animals in swampy environments too. They'll eat shellfish. They'll eat, I don't know, I've seen vultures eat live fish before too. That's a perfect kind of environment for them. You don't, you know, normally when you think about vultures, you know, like a cartoon vulture, what kind of an environment is it living in? It's living out in the desert, you know? Vultures are kind of, at least here in the States, they're kind of synonymous with desert environments like this. That one's got blood dripping from its beak. Vultures are such cool animals. They're so underappreciated. They also do really well in kind of swampy habitats. They honestly would probably prefer that over a really dry environment like a desert.
Pterosaurs and crocodiles' evolutionary paths result in behavioral and anatomical differences between these three groups of animals.
Holy cow, Naderfiend, you just asked a question that would be like several books worth of material to discuss. Naderfiend, holy cow! How did pterosaurs, dinosaurs, and crocodiles' evolutionary paths result in behavioral and anatomical differences between these different groups of animals? It was the dinosaur SATs? I love it. Naderfiend, thank you for the 130 bits. Oh man, I would take several weeks of streams to really give that question its due answer, Naderfiend. I don't even know where to start. Yeah. We're talking about birds right now. Naderfiend, shoot, I thank you very much for those 130 bits. That's such a broad question, and I could literally spend days going over the answers to it. Discussing, I stumped him. Sure, Naderfiend, you stumped me. It's not that we're running out of time. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours at this point. That's not it at all. Anyway, let me give you a really quick answer. So dinosaurs, pterosaurs, crocodiles, these animals are all archosaurs. Yeah. There we go. Archosaurs. We've got our dinosaurs, we've got our pterosaurs, we've got our crocodilians. So crocodilians pretty early on, I don't know, adopted kind of a semi-aquatic lifestyle, very different from that of dinosaurs and pterosaurs, and that's been very successful for them. They've managed to kind of maintain this for about 150 million years, and good on them for doing it, you know? Pterosaurs, they evolved flight. They were very successful throughout the Mesozoic, but unfortunately, that asteroid at the end of the Cretaceous wiped them out. No more pterosaurs today. And the same thing almost happened for dinosaurs, except today we have got birds. Birds today are living dinosaurs. Dinosaurs would also be extinct if this one little group, birds, had not survived. So yeah. I guess the path that crocodilians took allowed them to survive, and same with dinosaurs. Birds survived. Pterosaurs, though, completely kaput. Gone. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Naderfiend, that's one of those questions. It's like if you asked me, describe the various conditions which led to the development of human civilization and how it progressed over the past 10,000 years. The question that you asked me is 100 times broader than that. Like, I can't answer that in a quick little snippet, you know? It's not very clippable. But yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you, Nader Fiend. Thank you for those bits. Yeah. And I appreciate you asking the meaningful questions. They're sometimes very broad, though. Those are lovely questions if I were, like, writing a series of books. but just answering a question here on Twitch it's... Again, I could talk for weeks about that, you know? Anyway, I appreciate you, Nader Fiend. I do. Yeah. That's not just like a question for a graduate thesis for somebody getting their PhD. That's a question for an entire field of science, you know? Yeah. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about pelicans. Yeah, beautiful photos from Earth. Very nice. I don't know what kind of cormorant that is, but it's really nice. And gull from this morning meteor. Some beautiful gulls. Where is this? My goodness. What a gorgeous landscape. Seascape. Murph, this is beautiful. Holy moly. A meteor. This is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Paradise. Look at that lucky gull. Huh. Yeah. Alright, we're almost getting to the bottom. A Nerfdermer says jungle fowl that I keep, along with other chickens. These beautiful dinosaurs are the closest you'll get to the pre-domestication of chickens. Indeed. The red jungle fowl. Ah. Beautiful. Chickens, possibly the most common chicken-sized or larger vertebrate on Earth. Chickens are one of the most common animals, vertebrate animals on our planet nowadays. And their ancestor would look a lot like this. Very nice. Yeah. Jungle fowl are one of only 4 living species of bird from the genus Gallus in the order Galliformes. Yeah, very cool, Nerfdermer. Very cool. And a herring gull, huge. Love them so much. Beautiful wee bird. Very, very cool. We talked all about gulls earlier. Among my favorite birds. If only because they deserve more respect than they get. I love them. That's so cool, wee bird. Thank you, thank you. And Nerfdermer says, also, one of my ex-battery rescue chickens takes safety very seriously. Look at her in her reflective vest there. That is beautiful, Nerfdermer. I remember Denver Fowler, my old crew chief from the north of England. He talked about how his family had some chickens in their garden, and they adopted some ex-battery hens. And no, they're not hens that run on batteries. That means that they live like they were kept in these just really tight cages. They were basically like, I don't know, just like factory farming, just tiny little cages that can't even move around. And his family rescued some, and they were big. They were bigger than the rest of the chickens. But at first, when they rescued these chickens, they would just kind of walk around and they'd be really scared of everything. They didn't recognize that they were bigger than the other chickens, so they let the smaller chickens kind of pick on them. But then after a while, after being let out of those battery cages, those hens sort of discovered, like, hey, look at me. I'm big. I'm formidable. I should rule the roost. So after a while, he said it was one of the things that made him happiest. Denver, my old crew chief, said this. That he could watch these chickens, these hens, kind of slowly gain more confidence and realize, like, hey, I should be running things. And they eventually did. These chickens who had been, you know, destined for horrible living conditions, destined for slaughter, now are able to live happy lives in this garden and kind of boss the other chickens around. Good for them, you know? So yeah, very well dressed chicken, Nerf Dermer. I love this. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely. And thank you for rescuing a battery chicken like that. That's pretty extraordinary. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah. Prankster fan, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Dark says, my silky chicken, Luna, she is beautiful. Look at her. Ah, look at those feathers. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yeah. Very cool. And Bellman 2, look at those sandhill cranes. Bellman 2 was talking about the noises that they make. I remember my first sandhill cranes that I ever saw were actually back in Bozeman, Montana. I was going for a long walk, and then there's this big open field. It's like, what in the world are these big lanky birds walking around like that? And I listened to their noises. They were sandhill cranes. They were extraordinary. Sandhill cranes in northern Illinois. They sound like dinosaurs. One in the middle is a juvenile. Yeah, you can tell it doesn't have that adult red coloration around the eye. Let's look up a video on sandhill crane vocalizations. There it is. First suggestion. Sandhill cranes calling. Let's see. Music to my ears. What is this? Very cool. Very cool. Really neat. Sandhill cranes. Here, there's another video right here. Vocalizations. Look at that. Oh, man. What a beautiful bird. What a lovely theropod there. Making some purring noises. It would be cool to hear pitched down, Lenina. Yeah, absolutely. If you want some dinosaur noises for a video game project, for a movie, whatever you're doing, here's a suggestion. Take these noises, just slow them down. Make them lower frequency. Yeah. Yeah. And listen to how it resonates. Hear the echo there. Amazing. Imagine hearing this in your neighborhood and going like, what in the world is that? Yeah. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Bellman 2, for posting that there. That is lovely. In northern Illinois. Very nice. Very nice. I was in northern Illinois in Rockford last summer. Back in July. Yeah. And common grackles from Helix Fossil. Looks like it. Maybe that or a brewer's blackbird. Something like that. Helix Fossil. Hard to say. It's got a long tail there, actually. Maybe that's the roof. I don't know. It's hard to say. But yeah. What we would call an LBB. Or maybe an MSBB. Either a little brown bird or a medium-sized brown bird. Nice, Helix Fossil. Nice, nice. I love... Sometimes these are the most exciting because it's like, I don't know what that bird is. Shoot. They're tricky sometimes. They're tricky. And a hoopoe, pick shot in Taiwan earlier this year. Very cool, Morning Cloud. What a neat bird is that? There was a bird that was a character in a book that I read in, like, 8th grade. He was a hoopoe, and I had no idea what that was at the time, and here it is. A hoopoe. Very cool. I think they also occur in India. But they are remarkable, remarkable birds. Yeah. Look at that. What a crazy bird there. Look at that head crest. Just nuts, you know? Very, very cool. And Morning Cloud got to see one and photograph it in Taiwan earlier this year. Very neat, Morning Cloud. Aberrantologist's older picture, but this is my yellow-sided green-cheek conure. Her name is Lucky. They are watching the stream with me right now. Well, hello, Lucky. How are you doing? Aberrant. Oh, beautiful, beautiful theropod you got there. Holy moly. Yes, indeed. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And I love how they're hanging upside down like that. That's... very cool. Very cool. Hello, Lucky. You're a very good bird. Thanks for watching. And there's you on the screen. Holy cow. Wow. Yellow-sided green-cheek conure. Now, we have cherry-headed conures here in the Bay Area. They're feral. Cherry-headed conures. There we go. Right here in San Francisco. Yeah. So, different species, but still very cool. There's an urban legend that there was a pet store that caught fire, and people broke in and let the birds free to save them from the fire, and that's how this population established itself. That's probably not true. Yeah, these are probably just let free at some point and established a breeding population. Usually dramatic stories like that don't turn out to be 100% accurate. But yeah, very, very cool. No, I'm not used to seeing these so up close. Usually I'm able to, you hear them before you see them. Those cherry-headed conures, they're very noisy. So you hear them before you see them. But this is a neighborhood in... is this maybe Ingleside? Yeah. Maybe near Daly City somewhere? But yeah, very cool. Anyway, we've got big feral populations of cherry-headed conures in San Francisco, California. Yeah. And sure, blame Pee-wee, says Bette Midler. Yeah. Yeah, very cool stuff. And from Telegraph Hill, yeah, says Stacy FM. The most famous, famously they are from Telegraph Hill. So like the wild parrots of Telegraph Hill. Although they've now spread out all across the city. I've seen them in pretty much every neighborhood of San Francisco that I've been in. I have seen cherry-headed conures there. From the financial district all the way out to Ingleside and Ocean Beach and, yeah, Golden Gate Heights right here. We're going to have DMCA music. Or else I would, yeah, that Flight of the Valkyries there is probably going to be. But yeah, Golden Gate Heights, holy cow. Yeah. Very, very cool. So yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Thank you, Aberrantologist, for posting. And what a beautiful Dilophosaur you got there as your image. Beautiful. Kaizen says Kia. Holy cow, Kaizen, that's beautiful. We were talking all about Kias earlier. How incredibly smart they are. Very neat. Yeah. Ah, love Kias. Yeah. And Nerfdermer says, last one, bit of a sad one. This is what the battery chickens look like when you rescue them. Usually worse than this as well, but you rescued it, Nerfdermer, and that's extraordinary. Look at all of her feathers all picked off from her wings or his wings. It's probably a male. I see those wattles up there. Yeah. Although, no, hang on. That'd be a female if it was in a battery. They're not going to keep roosters in a battery. That's definitely a hen. Yeah, Nerfdermer, yeah. Sorry. Anyway. But yeah, and they have a new life now. Very cool, Birds did on. Very cool. And there we go. Here. Let's give it a paleo beak right there. Very nice. Thank you, Nerf Dermer, for doing the right thing, rescuing this beautiful bird. That is extraordinary. Good stuff. Well, happy Thursday, Birds Day, one and all. This has been lovely. And thank you so much for sharing, everybody. Oh, well, shoot. Let me show you my Thursday, Birds Day bird. I have actually had to choose between several this week. I might actually choose some from this week to show next week, because I had so many cool bird encounters this week. But let me show you this. This is a bird that I came across on Tuesday. Tuesday, the power went out here. I had to end the stream early, and I decided to go out for a walk. It was still, you know, really windy, really rainy, but I'm like, I'm gonna go out for a walk, and I went and walked out to the beach at San Francisco Bay, and I saw this big, massive bird out there, and I said, holy cow, that's a really, really big turkey vulture, because it's clearly eating something dead there on the beach. What is that? And I paid more attention to it, and I said, holy cow, that's no turkey vulture. That is bigger and beefier and wider than a turkey vulture. And it kind of stood up and it had its head like that, and I thought, is that a condor? What is this? And I realized, no, that's no condor. That would have been actually remarkable if it were a condor. Condors haven't made it up this far yet, this far north into the San Francisco Bay Area, not as far as I know. This, ladies and gentlemen, is, what's the genus and species name? Leucocephalus? No, Haliaetus leucocephalus? Yeah, a bald eagle, and you can see that it becomes very obvious when it starts taking flight. When it starts to take off, you can see those white tail feathers there. You can see the white head. That is a bald eagle. Holy cow, fills me with patriotic pride. The bald eagle, our national symbol, Wanagi Ska. Yes, indeed. What a remarkable creature. Yes, indeed. The bald eagle. So anyway, yeah. Happy Thursday, Birds Day, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. And it's now about time for us to wrap this up. Maybe we can even go right into a bird channel. But here's a bird here. Archaeopteryx, to run our credits over. Good stuff. And this was a long stream today, Lenina. I wanted to make up for the short stream on Tuesday and the lack of stream yesterday. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get rid of those tabs. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Who's doing some bird stuff for Thursday, Birds Day? And, let's see. California Burbs is. And they have got some birds. Let's go say hello. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions to this stream. Whether you just lurked and watched, thank you, lurkers. Whether you asked questions and chatted, thank you for your contributions there, for helping keep the stream interesting. Q&A is the bread and butter of our streams, and thank you for helping with that. Or whether you gifted subs, or subscribed yourself, or cheered with bits, thank you for financially supporting this stream. I could not do this without your generous support, so thank you for that. And moderators, of course, thank you for keeping this train on its tracks during this stream. I appreciate you very much. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a rollicking game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I think. So we'll see what you've learned over the past week or so. Should be a lot of fun. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. And I'll see you next time. Again, happy Thursday, Birds Day. Let's go see what the birds are up to at California Burbs. See you there. Bye-bye.